Alrighty, everybody. So usually I've been doing a playthrough lately of doing like a regular character. I was doing an archmage, or what I call an archmage. But now I think what I'm gonna do, I'm still gonna work on that as well. I just haven't been streaming because I've been sick, so you could probably hear it in my voice a little bit. But I'll keep doing that character. I just wanted to do like a beginner's kind of tips and tricks thing because things that'll help anybody either returning to the game or that haven't played before. It's just gonna focus mainly on like what your goals should be and like what things you should really want to be looking at, grabbing and like using. Because I notice a lot of like newer players, they end up just kind of they miss a few key things. You know what I mean? So I just want to help out anybody that hasn't played this yet or is planning on playing it. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna start a new character, new world, do everything, not have it be incorporated with my other characters, just kind of like a guide on like what you can kind of do in the very beginning. So yeah, hopefully anybody who does pop in enjoys. But basically, you can over here to the right, under settings, you can change a lot of things. When I first start, I basically just changed my autosave to 30 minutes. And that's about it. And then font size maybe a little bit larger, graphics, field of view maybe a little bit bigger, render distance I'll probably put that at about 1,000. I'm on a Series X, so I can kind of make it a little bit higher than like if you're on a regular Xbox One, put this as low as you can, like about 100 maybe. But past that, it just starts slowing you down. So I just do 1,000 so I can see the whole island at once, and then everything else is basically just preference for you. Hit apply, back out. Okay, so single player worlds. These are my previous characters I've played with. I'm going to start with the new one. My last character is male, so let's go female just so you can see the differences in like armors and stuff. So body, it's females already. So you could change like the skin color. I've noticed that when you go really darker skin tones, like this black one right here, it kind of like looks weird in dungeons. So I want to go with like probably regular body tone, like something like that. Like the weird colors like greens and blues and yellows as body types, or I don't really like them very much. So I think I'll do that. So for the face, there's not many options. They still give you the guy options, which is funny. So the difference between that one and this one is just really the size. So I think I'll just go that. Eye color. I'm trying to think of what looks good. You don't really look at their face very much, so I'll just go gold. And black, why not? Hairstyles, they still give you the guy options if you want. You can rotate the camera. Some of the hairstyles will clip really badly, like see how it's like going through your body. I don't really like that so much. Like this one specifically is very long. Same with this one. It's a little bit longer, but it'll like clip through your armor. If you don't like something like that, don't do the long hairstyles. But I don't mind it too bad. I think I did. Yeah, this one's pretty bad with clipping too. Yeah. This was not bad. Shorter hairstyle, so it looks, nice. This one's okay. I like the earrings on it. And then you can change the hair color if you want. The blues and the reds look good for hair color. You know what? I think red's fine. Red should be good. Okay. And then of course there's beards and face paints coming, but still haven't been released. And then type, you can change obviously whether I don't think this part matters. This part kind of does. So humans, they don't get any pluses or minuses. Elves, this is where it starts making differences. So an elf is mainly for like doing like magic builds, I guess you could say, because you're gaining max mana and you're losing physical damage. And then you can see at each level interval, like 15, 30, and 45, you gain other stuff. So this one's good for magic. Demons are good for sword and, anything physical. And I did magic last time. And this is just mainly just beginner stuff. I'll probably just run demon so that way I can just do an attack build. Plus, those horns look really cool. I wish you can get gold versions of all the horns. But those ones look pretty cool. I like this. And so as you can see, I gain a little bit of max life. I lose a little bit of mana. magic damage is down. I gain experience slower because compared to an elf and a demon gain slower experience. Humans don't. They gain normal, but they don't gain the extra stuff like extra health, increased damage, melee skill damage, obtain life regeneration, stuff like that. The humans don't get that. So I'll just do this. This is fine. And then for a character name, honestly, I'm the worst at thinking of character names. So I don't even know what I want to do. Let me pull up chat really quick, see if anybody's in here. No. Okay, that's fine. Trying to think of cool character names from like comics or something. So my last naming scheme was Azarath Mentrion Synthos, is just the magic user from Teen Titans. So you know, I like the girl that was in that show, Tara. She was like the Earth girl, the original Earthbender. So I'll just do Tara. Fuck it. And create. So you go through this whole thing where you like. That is so loud. I'm sorry. Where you blow up the world, blah blah blah. But you basically start a new world. So you can either go back to your other worlds that you have, or you can start a new one as well. So Tara's tips. Oh shoot, hit the wrong button. I'll just name the island Tara's tips, so that way I know that this one's for like doing this kind of video. Now you can change the game difficulty, but it doesn't tell you this, but the only thing it affects is the enemy's health and damage. It doesn't change anything else, so it makes it just that enemies are bullet sponges. Even on hard, it makes it very hard. Like, hell is, I don't even, just play on normal. Especially if it's your first time, always play on normal. Game worlds, you can either do this or creative mode. Creative mode basically means you have everything unlocked automatically and you have unlimited money and everything and access to everything. So it's like if you want to mess around with like automation ideas, you can switch over to creative mode, but I'm just going to do normal and just pretend like this is almost like a beginner's playthrough. I'm only basically going to get myself to the advanced part and just show you guys a bunch of building tricks and tips. So that way you guys can kind of see some of the things that you should be looking at and doing, because there's a lot of things that people miss and don't really notice, especially with the building. Okay, so it says welcome to the world of Craftopia, planet unlived got destroyed, it's time to start. So it's like every survival game ever. You start with nothing and you work your way up to having everything. Next, you have to progress the ages. So what it's talking about is in the very beginning, you have limited access to different machines and workbenches and items and armor and materials. You have to advance the age to get more access to more of those. So like there's 7 total ages. So as you advance, there's more things to unlock. So that's like this is your overarching main goal, is to get yourself to the most advanced age so you have everything unlocked that's available right now. So that's like your overarching, as you go, focus on that. The next thing you want to do is unlock other islands, because right now you're just on the beginner island. You want to unlock other islands to go to because you have access to different monsters, different materials, different enchantments on the materials, and all this other stuff. So as you're reading, to unlock, you have to spend materials to unlock new islands. So you just have to get yourself somehow, get those materials to unlock more and more and more islands. So yeah, so the first thing you do is you start on the beginner island. You will always spawn on this spot right here on this island. And as you just saw when I walked a little bit, in the top right of the screen, like a little missions tab came up, and I completed that part of the mission. So to go to missions, see where it says check the mission screen, I have to press the start button or options button on Xbox. This is your main inventory screen. This is all your equipment. This is your building supplies, consumables, and then your materials. And you'll see those as we go. And if you look over to the right, there's my character, has the 8 slots. So you have your headpiece, your gear piece, your flight unit, so like a glider or wings. 2 slots for weapons. You have your auxiliary slot, and then you have your 2 accessory slots. And then you can always click your details button, and it pulls up all the effects on your equipment that are happening at the time. But since I don't have anything, it doesn't show anything. Then right below where I just highlighted right here, there's my attack, my magic attack, defense, what level I am. When it says next right underneath my level, that's the experience I need to get to the next level. So I need 45 experience to level up. It's not a lot. Next to that is my life and my mana, and then further to the right you have your hunger meter, that 94% with a little meat on a bone, and then your combat power. So combat power is just kind of your overall damage output. Like if I was to go like swing, I think it's just like per second. I think I can do about like 330 damage. That one's a little more murky. It's like gray area combat power. Like that's not, it's like a gauge of how good you are. It's not like your actual damage numbers. Your main focus is going to be on either your attack or your magic attack depending on your build, but since I'm going to go for just basic sword user, I'll probably just do dual wielding because that's what I like using. I'm going to focus mainly on attack, but since this is tips and tricks, it won't be too serious about that. Okay, so there's a couple things you got to know about this screen itself. There's a few buttons you can press in here. So right here in the top left where it says multi-select, you can hit that and you can do a bunch of stuff. I'll show you that in a little bit. There's also in the bottom left, excuse me, bottom left of the screen where it says operation list, where you have to click my right stick. That one shows you a bunch of other buttons you can press. This all comes in handy later on, so just know that you can look at this again later. But the most important one early on is the sorting button. It's the third one down. I just have to click my left stick in and it'll sort my whole inventory for me. That one's the most important out of everything. But yeah, so for now, my main focus is going to be those missions that I was talking about. So I just checked the mission screen. That was one of those missions. So it's this one that I just highlighted right here. The other one, it says receive a reward. You basically have to do each part of these to gain the overall reward. So this one I have to do this mission, this and this and this one to get the 1 skill point where I'm looking at in the top left. That's the overall reward for finishing this one. So I have to walk, I have to run, I have to jump, and then I have to also climb something. So I've already walked. This is running. So you just click in with your left stick. Then jump, you just press A. And then to climb something, what it wants me to do is just do this like latch on thing to where I can climb like a wall, you know what I mean? I'm also out of stamina. But yeah, so I did all 4 of the parts of the mission. So you go back to your missions tab and you just click on it to claim the reward. And then a bunch of things pop up at the top, but it just means that I completed the mission. And then this mission right here it's a mission to complete another mission. So that's why it also went off. So if you look into it, it says check the mission screen and then also receive a reward by completing all the missions of a category. And that was talking about that one. So I basically got 2 skill points by doing this one. And skill points, as you could probably guess, are for skills. So that's this tab right here. It's right next to the missions tab. Once you're in this screen, there's 6 different trees for your skills that you could possibly choose from. You can mix and match however you want. There's the basics: combat, magic, living, trick, and then tamer. Tamer comes later. It's once you start capturing monsters. It's kind of like Pokemon. You need a machine to turn them into your pets. That's like much later. But for now, don't worry about it. You have the 5 you can choose from. So your basics is mostly just about like movement type stuff. So like increasing your speed of your allies, like increasing your mana recovery, stuff like that. It's basics of the game. So this one isn't as important. I won't cover every single skill, but basically because they're easy to read through if you're playing. But the basics that I always go for are the ones that give me better jumping. So like rabbit jump, I'll take that. Why can't I level this up? Oh, it's tier 2. I haven't taken this one yet. Okay, that's another thing I can say. When you want to start unlocking the higher level skills, so this is tier 3, tier 2, and then tier 1, you have to unlock the lower level tiers first. So to get to level 2, I have to unlock the tier 1 level. So unlocking dodge roll, unlocked these ones. So now I have to pick from here, I have to pick 2 levels because it takes 3 total skills to unlock the 3rd tier. So that's how that works. So I want to do rabbit jump, but I could pick any of these, you know what I mean? And as long as I do 2 more skill points, then it'll unlock these ones. So I usually go for rabbit jump just because it increases my regular jumping skill by 120%. So I jump much higher. So before I was probably jumping like that, but now I'm like, I can jump a little bit higher. I can clear this whole rock instead of before where I was like here. So it just helps for exploring. Also, these people, they're just tutorial dudes. They'll just kind of spout a bunch of words. They don't really do anything. You can use them for stuff. You can beat them up. Like, you can hit them. They'll start running because they're passive. And then they'll die because they take damage in water. Everything takes damage in water except for like a few different monsters. So you can use that for later. There's some other important stuff as well. Like, these guys, if you place something on them, when you load back into this island, they'll be on the machine, but I'll show you that later as well. Okay, so the skill I picked up was the dodge roll. By pressing B or the crouch button while you're moving, you'll do a roll. So there's two types of rolls. There's this one where you kind of like go slowly. It's when you're walking. If you do the sprint, you do a faster roll, and you can actually chain those together and move pretty fast. And there's an item later on that will let you use unlimited stamina for like 10 seconds, so you can actually move very quickly by doing the dodge roll like that. Okay, and then the other skill trees, so combat, I don't have any points, but I can kind of roll you through them. Combat has either, also, there's chests in the game, they make an annoying sound. Once you open them, they stop making a sound, so it's nice. I'll cover that in a second. So combat tree, you have a bunch of stuff for both your sword users, so like weapon polishing, charge strike, rotating strike. There's also stuff in here for archery, so this one. There's shield stuff, basically any kind of physical damaging things like spears, all your weapons and stuff. This is the tree you're going to want to go through, mainly. So like multi-shot is for arrows, this one's for spear users. You can also see where it says, right underneath where it says Dragonfall to the far left and then active skill, it says what kind of weapons can use the skill. So one-handed sword users, two-handed swords, and spears can use this skill. This one is only for bow users, spears, you know what I mean? So on and so forth. Now there's some skills that are buffs, like they will add attack or something, like this one. This is just an activated skill, and you just got to read through it. It says the attack of you and your party, so if you're playing with other friends, because this game has multiplayer, it will increase you and your party members within a certain range. It basically just adds more bonus attack. So if you read through, it has a large cooldown. The buff duration is how long it'll stay active, so it's 5 minutes, 300 seconds. The cost of it is just 25 mana. It also costs 5 hunger percentages, but that's nothing. That's 5%. Nobody cares. But you gain 30% attack for just one level of this skill. Now, if you had this at max levels, which would take 6 points, you would gain 130% extra bonus attack. So if your attack was at 100, you'd gain another 130, so you'd buff yourself up to 230 attack. And so this is very good once you start getting at higher levels. And there's different buff skills in this tree. So this one, backwater formation, is also a buff for attack and magic attack, so it's good for both. And this one's also a bonus attack. So if you have all three activated and they're all at their highest level and you already have a high level of attack, once you activate all of these, your attack skill is gonna go crazy high. But it takes a lot of work and a culmination of different stuff to make a good build, whether you're attack or magic or not. Okay, so then past the skill tree, this is all the combat stuff. You can read through all these. These all do different things. They're either attack moves, passive skills, stuff like that. So the way to tell what type of skill it is, there's 3 types, now that I've said passive skill. So see how this is a circle around this? Like all of these ones are all circles. Those are all passive skills. So this means that once I've unlocked it, it will just work automatically. Like I won't have to do anything else. So like if I unlock one level of this dual wield, I will just now forever be able to hold 2 swords in my hand. Same thing for two-handed. So that's how you unlock those. To be able to hold two-handed swords, you have to use this skill. If it's an activated skill, like an active skill, something you have to press to activate it, like to do this move, I have to activate this skill on my hotbar. It'll be a square, and then a skill that you can just do in the open without having to press anything on your hotbar, but it just works, like dodge rolling. It's a button you still have to press. Like I still have to press the crouch button, but it's not a skill you have to activate on your hotbar. So those are the three types of skills you can choose from. And then you can have your magic tree, which has a bunch of different spells under here. Most of these are going to be activated skills. You have to both put on your hotbar and then click it for it to work. So like lightning bolt. This is a skill you have to activate for it to shoot lightning at an enemy. And then under the living tree, this is mostly stuff for like gathering. Like Gatherer's Frenzy makes you get a lot more resources for a short period of time. These are passive skills for getting extra stuff, you know what I mean? So you just gotta look through. And this is just the living tab, so these aren't as important for like fighting bosses, but there's some stuff in here that's pretty good. Like Gatherer's Frenzy. And then Trick has a bunch of random but also very good stuff in here as well. Like if you really kind of play around, like this would be why people use the creative mode, so you can test out every skill and see how they all work together. So like a good one, a good strat, if you're a sword user later on in the game, you take stealth as an option, and then you do sneak attack because you do way more damage. When this is at the highest level, you do 90% more damage while you're in stealth, so you can use this to your advantage. And then there's another skill in combat down here, the EI slash, where you do a lot of damage in one swing. So this in combo with these will do an insane amount of damage. So you just kind of have to play the game and kind of see what works together. But another one that I really like in this tree is the aerial skill. It's an air dash. So when I jump and then I press the crouch button, I'll like dash forward like a good amount of space. It's really fun. Okay, so enough of the skills. The other tabs that are in here is the picture book and the blueprints. Blueprints will come with time. They're not as important for now, but later on you're mainly going to want to get one of these depending on your build. So since I'm an attack build, I would go for the light rosaries, but that's so far down the line, it doesn't matter. The other thing that is important right now though is the picture book. So a good way to show you, let me go get some trees really quick. So I have to punch a tree 5 times for the mission, so let's do that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's get some logs. So if you say you come down here and I go to the logs, if I want to offer it, if I needed more inventory space, say all these spots were filled out and I needed to pick up something, and instead of like offering something, or sorry, instead of dropping something, you can just press Y to multi-select, press this, and offer an item. Instead of removing it from the game, it's better to offer an item because you get points for offering it to the picture book. So if you go to your details over here, these are all the things that you can get from offering items to the book. You can get attack, defense, magic attack, max life, max mana, and each item will tell you what it will give you. So I gotta offer up one though, hold on. Select, offer an item, yes. So I got experience for that. So if you go over to the picture book, you just gotta find, so that goes by weapon, equipment, tools, building, consumable, materials. So log is a material. So by offering logs, I'll gain experience. Now each individual item in the game will give you something different. So all these question marks are just items I haven't found yet, and there's a lot. This is going through each thing at a time. So there's a million different things you can offer to the book, and they all do different things. So like as you look in the bottom left, it'll say max life, crit rate, critical damage, magic attack, experience. So you just gotta offer these things, and over time those categories will increase. So I see a lot of newer players, and these chickens are so annoying, I'll get away from them. When they run out of inventory space, which happens like almost immediately when you start playing the game, because you start picking everything up and then you run out of space, it's better to just offer things up to the book that you don't need. So like say I run out of space, I don't need this leather. Instead of destroying it or removing it from the game, just offer it to the picture book for small stat boosts, And early game, the experience boosts are really high because like I only need 4 experience. So if I wanted to, I could probably offer 1 stone and I'll probably level up. I don't know why that did that. I gained 10 experience. I don't know why it still says 4. I don't know. Oh, because I didn't back out of the inventory yet. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, that's why early game, sometimes the picture book is really, really good because that 10 experience it goes a long way in the early levels. Okay, so that's all the different tabs you can do. So inventory, you also have a small crafting screen. But once you start making a workbench, the workbench makes everything that you can as well. So like all these items can be made in the workbench. So as soon as I make that, I basically can stop using my personal crafting inventory. Unless I need something out in the field, then I'll just craft a workbench and then just do it from there. But right off the rip, you're going to want to be able to make these things. The pickaxe and the wood axe, so you can gather the stones and logs much faster. As well as the two-handed torch, but as soon as I get enough stone and logs, I can make workbenches. So I also have to punch a rock 5 times, so that's this thing. This is regular stone rock. 3, 4, 5. Very easy. And then now I have to make a wooden axe and then equip it. So you go to your crafting screen, wood axe. Even though technically it's like a stone axe, whatever. So it'll automatically show up on my inventory at the bottom, my hotbar, because I have an empty space for it. There's 3 rows. So there's first row, second row, third row. To equip something, you can highlight it with... I'm on Xbox, so this might be different for PC, but I'm pressing LB and RB to switch back and forth, and then to equip, I press Y. And then it says obtain 30 logs, so I can just hit bushes, it'll give me logs and straw. There's gonna always be a bunch of shit showing up on the right screen. It's basically just like, I'll show you the missions it's looking for. So it's gonna have like this one pop up a little bit, collecting the 30 stones, collecting the logs, all that stuff. And then over time, Rookie Lumberjack, where it says cut 10 trees, 100 trees, 2, 5, and then 1,000. This will always freaking show up every time I cut down a tree. Same thing for Rookie Miner, because it you have to break 1,000 stones. So anytime I break a tree or a stone, those things will show up. Plus all the other things it's affecting. So it's a little annoying. You could turn that off if you want, I believe, in the settings menu. Graphics probably. Oh yeah, I also took off camera shake and camera recoil. I don't ever like that. Yeah, down here under UI, there's a show missions. You can turn that off if you want. I keep it on just because it reminds me that I need to keep doing them, because I will forget about them. So I just keep them going. It may be a little annoying to some people, but screw it. Alright, let's make a pickaxe as well, so I can get some more stone. Now to rearrange your inventory hotbar, you can... Okay, so there's a few things I'm pressing to manipulate my inventory right now. So to skip areas faster, instead of clicking individually, like with my D-pad, I can just use my right analog stick to skip by pressing down. Also, I can skip over to my character by pressing over with my right analog. So that was pressing right twice on my analog. So pressing left twice brings me back. So I can get over here faster. I can also get down to my hotbar faster if I just use my analog stick. Then to rearrange, you just press A and just move. You could also press X to unequip things, or B. Oh, I guess B just brings you out. I guess B doesn't do anything. Yeah, you can rearrange and all that stuff. And then to get out of it, you just use your right analog stick again to go back to the other stuff. And you could place anything that you want on here. So I usually go like pickaxe, regular axe, arrows, or the bow, then arrows, then some kind of food, and a bunch of other stuff. So as you play, you kind of figure out your own style. Probably also wants me to get 30 stone, yeah. Also great at getting sand with some of the stone, which is good. I'll use that for later. Alright, so I got a mission fully complete. When it has a gold like that, that means like the whole mission category was done. and you can claim it. So some missions will give you, if you look in the top left, it'll say material inventory. So that means under my materials inventory, I gain an extra square. So like as you do those missions, your inventories will increase. So some will give you certain, like this is another material inventory spot. This one's an equipment inventory spot. So if you go back to it, so it'll give me another square here. Well, next to this one. So like as you play, like you want to focus on getting these missions done, because there's a lot of missions. A lot of these missions will give you inventory space, skill points, materials, you know what I mean? So like you want to do these because you have a limited number of skills you can work with, because your max level's 50 and then it's raised to 60 after that, shortly after. So you have 60 base skill points plus the skills from your missions. I think overall it's either 74 or 76 total skill points. So you can't fill out every tree, obviously, to max level. So you really got to think about like what you want to do for your build. So like early game, I mainly just try to do your basics tier and your living tier, because you're mainly going to be focused on getting your base set up and moving around a lot, exploring a lot, maybe not as much fighting. Like, yeah, you're still going to fight stuff, but you'll still be able to kill them pretty quick. So you don't need as many skills invested early game into like, you know, fighting things. You mainly want to do like, so like now I'm going to do another rabbit jump, and I take double jump because double jump's amazing. Like, why wouldn't you want to be able to do this? So I always do those just because it helps get around much easier. Now a couple of these in here are pretty, like a lot of people think is very good, like increasing passive mana recovery. That's not bad early game because you do struggle a little bit to get your mana back. But I don't know, it's not that big a deal to me. So yeah, so I usually do dodge roll, 2 rapid jumps, double jump, and then I just kind of forget about this category for a long time. I also take a heal. I don't have any skill points right now, but I will soon. I take 1 level of heal because it unlocks the 2nd tier of magic, and I can maybe grab like lightning ball is good, lightning bolt is good, freezing ray is decent. It's one of the strongest magic spells, but it requires 2 buckets of water every time you use it. So like very early game, it's a little annoying to try to get those, but very quickly you can get yourself set up with a bunch of water, so it's not that big a deal. But that one's actually the strongest move for any magic user, because it has like a headshot multiplier, as well as like it just does insane damage when you're strong. So it's not a bad idea to grab it to do extra damage right off the bat. But since I'm a melee user, I'll mainly be getting skills out of here, and only a couple skills out of here. I probably won't even grab anything out of this tree at all. Maybe early game it'd be a good idea to grab some of these, just so you get more resources, but it's not a big deal. I will also grab like this skill. But for now, let's just keep knocking those missions out. And my voice is gonna probably slowly deteriorate, so I do apologize. Okay. Obtain 30 logs. Got the mission. Claim. Also, every time that you open up a new age, which I will be doing very quickly, see how there's things in here that have a yellow new above them? That's something that is from the current age that you're in that you have not crafted yet. When I unlock the next age, these yellow news will turn gray. That means it's from an older age, and you also haven't crafted it yet. So since I've crafted these things, it loses that new thing. I will need a 2-handed torch, so I'm going to need that for charcoal, which I'll need here in a little bit. But see how the new went away? That's fine. So it just means you've made it before. I also need to make this wooden stick, because it's part of a mission. So it says it's this one right here. Make a wooden stick, because it wants you to kill animals and get their meat, stuff like that. But the first thing before that, I'm going to just craft a workbench first, because it's part of another mission. Okay, so the first mistake I see everybody always make, I mean, it's not really a full-on mistake, but it's like everybody does it. They'll start building right here on the beach like this. They'll just kind of place everything on this fucking sand or in the grass, like, but it's not even. See how it's sloped? You don't want to do that. You want to make sure that you're building yourself floors and stuff first. You can build it right away. Like right in the beginning of the game, you can build floors and things. So build yourself a couple floors just to get things on an even setting, because you don't want things to be flat. Or I'm sorry, you don't want things to be on a slope, so you want things to be flat. Um, because later on, like the slope kind of messes things up, and you'll see why. Okay, I also hate building with these floors because it just looks so bad. They're like bright orange. I don't like the color. They look terrible. Whatever. Okay, so another mission you have to do is, I just did it on accident. So you can rotate when you build. So see how it's facing left and right, the slats? If you press left and right on the D-pad, it'll turn which way something's facing. Also, if you look, see that yellow circle, the gold circle, how it has like different arrows on it? That bigger one, the one that is like now next to me, that's like the north. It's like it's true north for an item. So with it facing this way, that's the way it's supposed to be facing. If you place it like this, then you can tell that it's turned by like 90 degrees. So sometimes that's important to notice, because when you're, I guess that was the other part of it, the mission. When you're trying to build things, you need to know which way it's facing. So like when chests are facing a certain way, when like at the market and stuff like that, and like as I go, like I'll tell you when you need to know. It's also good, like if you're one of those people where like this kind of building style bothers you, where things are facing the wrong or different directions. So like say you go into a house and you see this, and that means that somebody is just kind of willy-nilly placing stuff. If you face everything the same direction, it'll look much nicer. So if you make sure everything's always like, so if all these floors have the gold arrow facing that way, you know everything's going to line up correctly, or line up the same way. So like that. So there's a specific set of flooring that I like to use. It's a different type of wood floor, but it has a grain pattern on it. If you face it different directions, it looks very bad. But if everything's facing the same direction, it looks very good. So it just kind of helps when you're building something, to kind of know which way things are facing. Also, this is a trick I learned from playing Ark a long time ago. If you're on a slope, like, so see how this whole thing is like a slope upwards? A lot of people make the mistake of trying to build down here first, and then they build the floors, and then they run out of room very quickly. What you want to do, let me make some more floors so I can show you. What you want to do is kind of pick almost a halfway point up the slope you're trying to build. So like if you, in your mind's eye, like think how you want to set it up. If the floor comes out here, hold on, stand on this stone. So if you start up here more, you can build straight out and then build walls going down, so it looks like it's on like a platform, like it's meant to be there, you know? Because a lot of newer players also do this thing where they float their bases up in the air, like they'll place, because you can place anything wherever, so you could start up here if you really wanted to, but then they don't do anything underneath. But if you place walls going down, because things can go into the ground as well, it's just kind of hard to do it, you can make it look like it's not floating anymore, which is obviously something you don't want. It looks kind of goofy. So then you could potentially make your base you know what I mean, have like a quote-unquote foundation. You don't need it, but it looks much nicer. Also, see how the wall is different because I faced it from a different direction? That's also how you get it to look nicer. So let me go ahead and face it the right direction. So yeah, so if I wanted to, I can make this like a base up here, make a bunch of floors up here, and then take a bunch of walls and make it look like it's coming out of the ground. But this basic wood type flooring is freaking horrible. I'm gonna take all this down eventually. But this is what I mean. Like, you want to start up in the air more and then work your way out. And then let me go ahead and pick these up. So I'm just holding X. I don't know what it would be on PC. But when you look at an item, on the far right, you'll see it says hold whatever to retrieve. Some things you have to press the button much longer for, but wood floors and wood walls and stuff, they go within like 3 or 4 seconds. So there's also an item later on that I can make called the retriever rod. It makes it to where you just point and click and it immediately gets taken. This is also good that when you pick things up, they regain their health back, like the wood and the walls and stuff. So like if I punch this thing, it takes damage, so now it has 490. When I pick it up, it goes back to 500. So if animals and stuff keep messing with your shit, or like you accidentally set something on fire, you can just pick it up really quick, and it'll not break. Okay. Oops. Come on. There we go. Okay, so if you wanted to build on the slope, take your floors and just start like up here and then build outwards. So like start with something like that, and then so this could be like your square, and then even though it looks like it's floating, you can just place the walls to make it look like there's a foundation. And then you could change it the material type too. So like if I built a stone wall and did the stone wall here, it'd actually look much nicer. But this is what you should do. And then you could always make this much bigger as well. And if you wanted to, you could actually make, since you can build through the ground a little bit, you can kind of build like a staircase almost. Build one more floor here. You know what I mean? And then just build like you could build slanted walls. Call them floors, wall diagonals, but this is very basic for like building a staircase. But yeah, you can just build upwards and then continue doing it like this. Now see this, if something's blocking, this would be another trick, and I'll do a whole tutorial about this. I call this the placement glitch just because I use it to place things where they shouldn't go. So see this bush right here, this stupid bush? You could either destroy it, or, since it's blocking the building, or, since you can place it here, if you look for a second back over, it's hard to see it, but you can actually place this item here, because it's thinking that you're placing it here. So if you just time it just right, you want to stand off to the side and look almost at the dead center between where it is placeable and that it isn't. If you time it just right, when you click the button, it'll still place it in the wrong spot. So I am trying this now, I'm just not getting it right. Sometimes it takes a little finesse, but it is doable. For some reason, I'm not getting it. Now, if it's just because of a stupid bush like this, don't worry about it. I'll show you this trick again later. But that's like how you do that. I just couldn't seem to get it to work. Or you could just remove the bush and go about your day. Okay, these guys are also really annoying, the monos. The blue ones. If you get too close, they'll wave, and then they'll spin and attack you. They can also damage furniture and any like walls and stuff like that. So there's a way to keep them from coming around. I just haven't unlocked it yet. It's called a talisman flag. It'll prevent them from respawning, or you're just gonna constantly have these guys trying to fight you, which is fine. It's not a big deal. Okay, but that's the basics to like trying to build on a slope. Like, use the terrain for you. Like, don't let it work against you. Let me go ahead and build another wall. And then I'll get back to doing the missions because I have a bunch to do. But this would be a decent start, like, to how you would start your base, you know? Everybody always uses the wood. Looks terrible. Whatever. Let's go ahead and take these off. Use my diagonals. There we go. Pretty standard. Got a couple floors. Got a few walls. Nothing big. Whatever. Okay, and then let me go ahead and pick up this stuff over here. Now, I usually end up building over water because I need it for something later. But for the sake of this tip video, we can just do this for now. Also, to unequip whatever you're trying to place, you just hover over this like stop hand looking thing and press Y, and it'll go away. It'll take off whatever's in your main hand. Which is usually like your weapon or whatever you're trying to place. So let's go ahead and get the mission. I got a skill point, so let's spend it. Let's take heal, and there we go. So for the heal spell, because it's an activated skill, it's a square, not a diamond. You have to actually put it on your hotbar first. Let's put put this as my magic hotbar. And then you have to click it to use it. And then it has a cooldown, blah, 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 blah. Pretty basic. But this skill under the aerial, because it's a command skill, it's a diamond, it's just something like, it's like the dodge roll. So when I'm in the air, I press the crouch button and I do an air dash. Now, this takes stamina and it costs me hunger. So it's 5% hunger every time I do the dash. So I do just got to keep an eye on my hunger, but that's fine. Early game, it's kind of an annoyance, but later on, it's not that big a deal. Okay, so for missions, workbench and glider. I picked up the workbench. Workbenches are very cheap to make, so just you can always keep a couple on you, or build multiples at your base. I'm just gonna build another one. Because when you're building multiple items on the workbench, if it takes a long time, you want to have another workbench available to work off of, so that way you don't have to like wait forever. This is also another good time to show you the difference between free placing and grid snapping. So right now, grid snap mode is off. If you look in the bottom left, see that little square where it says grid snap mode off? This means that you can kind of, I call it free placing instead of grid snapping. So I can place this at whatever angle I want, wherever I kind of want, and it won't like mesh with anything else. If I press up on the D-pad, switching the building mode, it will now be snapped to an invisible square grid, just like these floors are. See how it's like lined up straight with everything? It's 90 degrees. Now, if I wanted to, I could rotate this item by pressing the D-pad, but it rotates by a specific amount of degrees. So it's like 12.5 degrees, I think, is what somebody wrote down or figured out, because each click only rotates it at a certain amount. So you can keep it on a 90 degree, because it's, hold on, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clicks to rotate it 90 degrees. Yeah, I think it was the 12.5 degrees. So each click can rotate it a certain amount. Now, when you're in free place mode, like I just clicked it off, you can still rotate it, but it rotates it 25 or whatever the fuck number it is, but it rotates it a lot more. But you can still kind of finagle it around. So this, it's just good to know how to use both building modes, because it pertains to different building styles and like having to set things up later. So it's good to practice with both. But when you're trying to get things to line up, it's just always better to use the grid snapping, because it'll guarantee that things are straight as shit. So like you know that is gonna be perfectly straight with this other one. I think this one I placed non-grid snapped, so I gotta grid snap it, and you just gotta keep an eye on that bottom left of your screen, or just know the difference, because when you go to place something new, it'll unsnap things. So you gotta always make sure it's correct. So now that should be perfectly straight with the other one. Yeah. That's how you know the difference. Once you're in here, once again, it's everything you can already build. And then as I advance the age with this item, I'll start unlocking a lot more stuff to build. But for now, I want to make sure I kind of cover everything before I go to the next thing. Whew, I should probably take some Tylenol or something. My head's starting to hurt. Alright, I'm going to take a 2-second break. I need some water. Be right back, guys. Okay, alright, I'm back. Okay, so, oh, hello. Get out of here. See how it does damage to my floors and stuff? It's annoying. Get out of here. You can also lock onto things. Can't remember exactly how to do it. No. Okay, it's for Xbox, it's probably PlayStation, it's left on the D-pad to lock on. It just keeps them on the screen. It doesn't make your attacks automatically land. It just helps. The only time I really use it is... Actually, I don't really use it at all. I don't know. Okay, so workbench. You can build a bow. I just need more logs. Makes using the time lock skill a little easier. Because you have to be like right up on a monster, so it helps them lock onto where their center part is. Okay, so build a bow. I think that's one of the... I guess not. I also need 2 more logs so I can build a glider. So this is definitely one of the skills. I can see it up in the top right. Glider, as you can tell, makes you glide. It's when you jump, you have to press the A button again to activate it. So since I built it, I have to first equip it, and then goes on this spot. Now when I jump, I can use the glider. And there's 2 speeds. So the slow speed is without those little extra wings going, and then the fast speed is obviously with the wings out. This mode, the slower one, uses much less stamina. This uses much more stamina. It is faster though. Also, because my hunger is below half, I have lowered max stamina, so I want to make sure, I want to start getting food together. I did just eat an egg. It doesn't give me much, but the next best thing I could do is probably kill some sheep and then take their meat and cook it, but I'll do that in a minute. I just want to do one of the other missions. So the wooden stick is considered a one-handed sword. So right next to its picture, it tells you what type of weapon it is. So this is obviously a one-handed sword. This is a bow. This is a torch, so it doesn't really actually give you anything. And these are tools. So there's one-handed swords, there's two-handed swords, there's mage staffs, there's shields, all kinds of stuff. This is just considered a one-hand sword. And for the mission, it wants me to do a jump slash. And it just tells you how to do it, but you basically jump slash. Just jump and then attack. Pretty easy. So let's go to the missions. I got the workbench and glider one. That's good. Extra inventory space. Next part is combat. So it wants me to knock out an animal or kill it and get 3 pieces of raw meat. That's easy. I have to also repair my wooden axe in my inventory. I don't know why they put this one in combat, considering this is more for like wood cutting, but I have to do that as well. And then I have to also eat raw meat, because the game's trying to show you that you don't eat raw meat, you eat cooked meat. So it's just their own way of being like, hey dummy, don't eat raw shit. Okay, so the wood axe part though, so you can prepare your weapons and your armor and stuff in your inventory. If you look in the description box in the bottom right, there's a few things I need you to look at. So obviously the description is there. It's all the words. Right below it, it says max durability. You can repair your items from your inventory screen by pressing a certain buttons. So I just need to press both my triggers and then click my right analog stick in, bring up the repair screen. Repairing from your inventory does not cost money. It also makes your weapon or item or whatever lose a little bit of overall durability. That's okay, because there's a machine that it can build pretty soon that I can repair my max durability back to full. It just costs a little bit of money, so you don't worry about breaking anything or things becoming lost. Like you can just repair yourself and then repair it in the machine. So yeah, I just need to do that for now. That's easy. And then you have to kill something, get the meat, and then eat the raw meat. And then another mission is going to be I need to cook it and then eat the cooked meat. Also, for later on, for anybody that hasn't played the game yet, collect all the feces you find. Anytime you see feces, it doesn't matter what kind it is, who dropped it, or whatever, just pick it up and store it because you need it for later. Just early game too. So cows drop meat, sheep drop meat, Use whatever way you want to kill them. Chickens, I don't think they do. They drop eggs and feathers. They don't drop meat. So don't worry about killing them. Same with the monos. They only drop eggs. So not that big. Sheep don't fight back, so you can just kill them pretty easy. Oh, I guess they headbutt. Never mind. Alright, I got the sheep's flesh. If it's a food, it goes to your consumable. I don't know why feces is inconsumable. You can eat feces, but don't waste it. But I do need to eat one of these, so you can just either click X, you can separate it, click X, whatever. But raw meat will damage you, so don't eat raw meat all the time. Even though it gives you a little bit of hunger meter back, it damages your life. So in a pinch, yeah, you can raise your hunger up, but you're going to lose some health, whatever, no big deal, because you also still have the health, the healing spell, so kind of a good trade-off if you're in a pinch. Okay. So that's all done. So I got more equipment inventory spots, easy peasy. Next thing I'm going to do is build a campfire, cook the meat, eat the meat, and then I need to use my glider over the campfire so I can, it gives you like a big updraft to where you can fly really high. And then I also have to set myself on fire. So a few different things I have to do at once. So first thing I have to do is craft this. I need more logs. There's also breakables on the island. These things, they just have like stuff you can make into food. So it's not like super important, but you can break those. Okay, for easy logs, you can either hit bushes or you can hit the smaller trees. They take less damage. You're gonna use a lot of like logs, stone, and iron and stuff like that. So like any resource that you end up like noticing you use a lot of, just gather a bunch of it. Let's probably get like a couple hundred. Or else you're going to be doing what I was just doing and going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you just kind of take a little bit of extra time and grab a bunch of stuff, you won't have to make as many trips to go grab stuff. I mean, early game it's not that big a deal because most of this shit you need is on this little island, but later on in the game when you need to farm like a certain amount of something, you just get a lot of it, and then you don't have to make multiple trips to different islands. Save yourself some time. Alright, this should be okay. I think I got about 100 now. Also, this is copper. I think it's the next step up, so let's go ahead and grab some. Yep. Because just like the game itself, where you progress from like low level things to high level stuff, you want to progress your equipment as well. So like your pickaxe and your axe and like your armor will slowly become stronger and better over time, but you need to upgrade it. So like I need to go from stone to copper stuff. So like over here in my workbench, okay, I haven't unlocked it yet, so I will save that because I don't need to have the furnace unlocked. That's fine. I'm getting close. I'm much closer. But I can craft the campfire now. Do those missions really quick. You can also cook items in the campfire. It's like a basic cooking thing. I'm going to put it next to the water because those jerk monos can step on your campfire, set themselves on fire, and then they can set all this wood stuff on fire, and then it can destroy your entire house. So I always put the campfires and stuff next to the water because nothing spawns really right here. And also if you accidentally set yourself on fire, like I'm about to do because I need to do it for the mission, you could just roll into the water. You have to be in deep water. This like ankle deep water does not set you, it doesn't put you out. You have to like actually swim in it. So when you go to do it, make sure you do like all the way out here. But that was one of the missions. The other thing is I have to cook on it. So I'm just going to put one to make it go faster. Oops. Cook. And then I have to do this where when you jump and use the glider, you can like ride the campfire up in the air. But it only puts you a certain height. So you can... Yeah, it only gets you up to a certain height. Also, there's a floating island in the sky. There's something up there you have to go talk to. But that's for later. Okay, so I have to eat the cooked meat as well. I forgot about that. That should finish that category out. Also, meat takes a little bit of time to cook, so if you're really hungry, just gotta wait. Okay, cooked meat, you can either just eat it straight from the inventory or put it on your hotbar and then use it from there, like that. So once you have like a stack of 100 or something, you can just throw it on your hotbar, and it's a lot easier to work with. All right, that one's complete. I got a mission, or I got a skill. Okay. Already got most of that. Now I'm an attack build, so I'm gonna just go ahead and start. I know which skills I need to get for my full build. So I'm just gonna go for those. Obviously, if you are new, you can experiment however you want. But I'm gonna skip all the ones that I don't need. I'm pretty sure I don't need anything out of here. And just go straight for what I know I need. And then I do need Charge Strike though, because this is also a mission. You get one free reset, so if you look at the top right, it says skills get reset once for free. After that, it costs 100,000 gold, which sounds like a lot, but early game you can get yourself a money farm going, and it's very easy to have a lot of money after that. So it's like, it's not that big a deal to reset your skills once you have a money farm. So you can play around however you want. So I am going to eventually reset because I won't need Charge Strike. I'll switch over to weapon polishing and probably like, I don't know, something else. But Charge Strike is just for one of the missions. Where is it? Because you have to get it and then you use it. Yeah, this one. Basics of combat. I have to use Charge Strike. It's just part of it. And then another part of this mission is I have to deal 500 damage with one strike. Attack 10 times within 5 seconds. That's easy. And then I have to kill 3 enemies with a melee attack while I have less than 25 health. And it means 25% health, I think. Not 25 actual health. So let me go ahead and set myself on fire until I have like 30-ish health. And then I just gotta go kill some stuff while I'm low life to unlock that part of the mission. And I can use the Charge Strike. Now I won't be able to do 500 damage in one strike for a little bit, but it's not too hard to do. Okay, so like right... Shoot, I need a little bit more. Alright, let me actually get it below 25 just in case. There we go. Now I can just go kill some stuff and I should be fine. I have to use melee attacks though, so... Missed the bird. Also, don't die. Oh, alright, so that was the Charge Strike. So you just hold the attack button. It has 3 build-up things that it does, and then it makes it stronger, obviously, after the third one. But it also uses stamina to do the charging, so make sure you don't run out of stamina. Cool. Alright, so I got that part of the mission done. So the only part I'm missing now is the... Oh, 10 times 5 seconds. That's easy. You can just... You don't even have to hit anything, you just attack. Oh, I guess you do have to hit something. Alright, that's easy. Oh, screw you, cow. You also have to kill 10 cows within 10 seconds, so you might as well just try to do it at the same time. Now, this would be a lot easier if I was stronger. That's okay. Oh, I didn't even get it. You know what? I could just do that later on. That's fine. Okay. Grab a bunch of this stuff. Go ahead and heal myself. Don't need that part anymore. Okay, other mission, make a market, set up the market, make 100 gold from selling on the market. Pretty easy. So to make the market, workbench, it's in here. Also while I'm in here, I can go ahead and make the Altar of Civilization. This is the item that you need to advance the ages. So I'll just set that. So see how, like, when I first, hold on. When you first go to play something, it almost all, except for like floors and walls, regular items will always be in free place mode for some stupid reason. So I always make sure to snap it, so I know it's actually straight. That's just me. I mean, everybody else, I notice, like, they'll do like a line of like chests for storage, and they'll all be like different angles, and they'll look really crooked. I can't stand that. Okay, so when you come in here, it'll just show you on the right side what you need to offer to advance to the next age. So I need to give them 10 logs, 10 stone, 10 copper ore, and 3 flesh, and 100 gold. And this will let me advance to the second age. Now, on console, I don't know why it doesn't show it, but on PC it shows everything that you're about to unlock, like where all those question marks are on their left. It should have like a bunch of stuff that is going to be unlocked, but it doesn't show it, which really sucks. But yeah, so that I don't want to do that quite yet. I want to actually use every item in each age before I advance. So like, I've done the bow, I just haven't shown you how to actually work it. Okay, so when you make the bow, you have to equip it, and then you also need arrows as well, which are right here. You can craft in your own inventory. Now you can craft better arrows in the workbench if you come over here. They may not be unlocked yet, but you can also make arrows here. You have to also equip the arrows. So then once you have the bow equipped, you can press the left trigger to aim. Then you press the right trigger and hold it to power up the shot. And then you can just... There is a little bit of bullet drop or arrow drop. So like if you're way further away, you want to kind of give yourself a little bit of... It's also a little hard to aim on the console. It drops just a tad bit. There's also headshots in the game. You'll know it because you'll hear a sound. That ding sound, that's a headshot. Or a weak... I shouldn't say headshot. It's a weak point spot indicator. Because some animals and some monsters... Oh, hello, bird. I need to kill 10 of you at some point anyways. Some, it's not their head. Some, it'll be like a certain point on their body. Like these green mono... Or these monos right here. There's other colors, that's why I called them a green one. So their circle... It's pretty much their eye or whatever. It's pretty much their whole body. As long as you touch some part of that, it's a headshot. Or it's a critical point. Oh, it went right through them. Sometimes if you're too close to something, it won't detect it. But yeah, that's their like hit point. It's pretty easy to target. You have to get 5 headshots in a minute. So that's what that was. Also, there's a mission to kill certain animals a certain number of times. So anytime I see those stupid birds, I gotta kill them because I have to kill 10 of them. So those missions that I'm talking about, that's gonna be for... Animal hunter and then a monster hunter. So this one's 10 bears, 10 buffaloes, 10 elephants, 10 chickens, 10 birds, and then the monsters are stone golems, werewolves. Nothing to lose cows. They're regular cows that have a explosive barrel attached to them. They're like suicide cows. You have to kill 10 of those. They're like on this very specific islands. Prince monos, they're like the blue monos, but they're a better version. They have a little crown on their head. Those spawn at certain points. And then stray monos. That's probably the most rare monster in the game because they only spawn on one island at a certain point at a certain time of the day. Which I'll show you later. It's kind of annoying to get that one. But for now, I just gotta know I gotta kill these stupid ass birds. Also, these people drop eggs when they die, and they can also drop feces by just standing here. But it's like once every 30 minutes, they have like a 5% chance or something like that. It's really small. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up that market I built. Put it anywhere, it doesn't matter. Also, when you snap it to the grid, it will immediately face it the wrong direction. For some reason. Because when you free place it, it's already facing like towards you. Now, it doesn't matter which direction it's facing, because you could access the market from any side. But there is like a front. See how like that overhang? And there's like a table. This is like the front. With that gold arrow facing away from you is considered the front. Now when you snap it to the grid, it faces it backwards for some reason. I don't know why, so I always have to rotate it. But I don't like things being kind of weirdly placed, so I like to make sure things are snapped to the grid so they're nice and lined up. They don't look wonky. Now to use the market, it's not like something you could buy from. It's only meant for you to sell things out of. And it just, see that timer going down? Every in-game 5 minutes, well, it's actually real world time too, but I think it's a little faster. Every 5 minutes, it'll sell whatever's in there. So let me go ahead and just put some shit in there that I don't need. And hopefully it'll give me the... Yeah, alright, that's already 3,500. Okay, so once it hits that 5 minute mark, it'll just sell whatever's in there. So they're all gone. But I needed to make a certain amount of money in one transaction, and I just had to make 100 gold, so that's fine. So that's what that one was. Okay, so that one's good. So I got a skill point. So I have 3 skill points to choose from. So let's just do... This only has 1 level, plus this makes... By using this skill, I need to attach it to the hotbar as well. I can use it 5 times. It'll just raise my damage. Pretty much, on my next attack. So once I use it... hold on, I have to equip a weapon. I have to be holding a sword for it to work, because if you look under the skill, it says 1-hand sword, 2-hand sword, the bow, the spear, the magic... Oh shit, everything can use this? Oh, but it just increases your attack. ATK is attack, so it's like, it's kind of worthless for a magic staff to use it, but... Yeah, so pretty much any of those weapons, when you're holding it, then you can use the skill. And you can use it 5 times. See in the bottom left... I'm going to try to get this to the point where you can see it really well. So when you're using skills that have like an effect, it'll show up as an icon right above where your money's at. So if you look bottom left of the screen, you can see that there's like a little, the same symbol for weapon polishing is there. It has a number 5 next to it. It also has, it's hard to see it, but it's a slowly going down. So see how like in the top left corner, that little thing, it's like growing darker. There's like a little timer thing going around. Once it, you know, goes away, that symbol will disappear. And then I'll no longer have the weapon polishing active. But it basically, for weapon polishing, until I hit something, it'll slowly go away. But the first time I swing at something and hit something, I'll just do way more damage. So I hit for 44, that's really high compared to 21, 22-ish. But with weapon polishing... And now I don't have to use 5 times. I can use 2, but it won't increase my attack as much. So I hit for 33 right there. But if I use it all 5 times, which is the max... Now it is a tad annoying to use, but it's worth it. Jumping attack will do more damage, but it's fine. Yeah, 48, so I almost hit for 50. That's pretty good. For having nothing on me and only level 6. Yeah, not bad. So that's why buff skills are really good too. Because they will definitely raise your attack by a lot. Okay, so the last mission I really have to do until I advance the age is going to be build this, place that, use skill points. I have to progress the age. I also have to go talk to Anubis in the on the island. So he's the one that's up there. There's like he's like the boss character. Or he's like the main boss of the game is Anubis. I guess you can call him the main boss. But to get up there, you could just use sloped walls. You could use pretty much whatever you want. But as long as you can get up there. But I know for a fact... Ooh, poop. Just gonna keep that for later. I know for a fact if you use those sloped walls, if you start like right here, it reaches right up there. I think 17's good. Yeah, if you start this spot, it should reach like perfectly. Alright, I was off by 1, but that's okay. Just do that. There you go. Now you have a path up. Also, I don't know why they put conveyor belts. You could also pick these up if you wanted, but you could also make these yourself. Just be careful because that one does lead you off the edge. The other ones don't. I don't know why they put them there, other than aesthetic. Who knows? But the whole reason he's up here, other than to drop poop, is because you talk to him and you give him a certain item. They're called slates of growth. Uh, if you give him four of them, you can trade those for either max life, max mana, or max stamina, a boost to one of those three. And now you could do that 30 times. So you potentially need at least 120 of the slates of growth. And you can get them from certain areas, but that comes later. You could either do... Hopefully I can see it from here. See this weird looking thing right here? It's like glow... Oop. This glowy thing down here? That's a dungeon. So like when you clear out a dungeon, you either have to fight a boss or you have to do like a mini game of some sort. When you clear it, there's a back room that you can open up a red like force field looking thing, and it'll give you those slates of growth. So that's the main way to get those. Once you have four, you just come talk to this guy and give it to him. Now later on, you could build an item called a monster prism, and that'll let you catch monsters. You could catch this guy and then take him back to you wherever your base is at, and then just like put him at your base somewhere. That way you don't have to continuously coming up here. You just catch him and bring him. Then to get down, you can just jump. Just don't, don't hit the ground too hard because you'll die. Okay, and then I think, let me check the workbench. There's not many other things I haven't made yet. Nope. That was everything. Alright, I think that was everything in the first age that you could potentially make or build. From the market to the campfire to the floors, walls, altars, workbench, basic weapons, your glider. That's pretty much it. That's all your first age. Now, you could stay in this age, but there's so much things you could be doing instead. That the faster you get out of the first age, the better. Because you want to be able to do the other things. Now, you could sit here and just kind of farm animals and get a bunch of materials and shit, but you definitely want to keep it moving. Alright, so once you have the materials that you need, so the copper ore, the food, like all that shit, just come in, progress the age. Bingo, bango, bongo, all done. Come on. Okay, now you can either immediately come in here and check what you need for the next age, which I already know what it is, but it's wheat flours, that left symbol. The middle symbol, it looks like radar. It is called a detector. And then the right side is the copper shields. And then you need 2,000 gold. That's it. But that may, if you're brand new, that it's a hard step to understand, because to get the 3 items, you need to build a few different things and do a few things with them. So after I unlock an age, I always come over to the workbench just to double check what I've unlocked. So as you can see, I've unlocked the next 3 tiers of pickaxes and axes. And if you look at the actual small picture that's not moving, the one next to the description, it has a star level over the picture. So because stone pickaxes are the basic one, they have a star level of 1. Copper is the next tier up, so it has a star level of 2. So that's how you can kind of tell what stuff is better, is based on the star level. So if I'm out in the wilds, using a stone pickaxe can get you stone and copper, because it can get you 1 level above whatever star level it is. So that's how I was able to get the copper. Once I make the copper pickaxe, I can then also get 1 level above that, which is going to be iron. And this green mono, or this mono's beating me up, so get the fuck out of here. Do not let it catch on fire, so don't use a torch to kill it, because it'll set your floors on fire and then break everything. Okay, but that's how the star levels work for your pickaxes and gathering materials. So then once I upgrade to iron, I can then start getting silver, and so on and so forth. And then to unlock the higher tiers, I would have to advance the age again, and so on and so forth. It's just like every other survival game out there. You just slowly build your way up to the end game stuff, and just learn as you go. Now, I don't know why they made 2-handed torches available before, because I already made one of these. They made them available before a 1-handed torch. I don't know why. Who knows? But I don't need a 1-handed torch because it's smaller, has lower reach, doesn't last as long, all the other stuff. Also, there's fishing rods, so you can start grabbing fish, which you're going to need. But I'm out of straw. I also unlocked a bell, which I've never used once in this game, so I have honestly no idea what it's for. once you start capturing monsters, I think what it's actually used for is to like, because when you release them, like what? Okay, so there's a few different things you need to know. So like after you've caught a monster, I can't do it yet, but they have different phases they can be in. So a caught monster will still wander around, but you can. I think this is where you can like have them come towards you, but I'm not sure. So I've never used it. But you need one of these, a detector. This will help you find certain things. I don't really use it that much because it's kind of annoying. It makes a really loud noise. Then coming down here next to the workbench, we have a bunch of new stuff. So we have a furniture workbench, which will let me make a bunch of different types of walls and floors and furniture and other items that are important. So it's good to have this. Potion brewing stand will let me make potions, obviously. A hatter will let me start making my headpieces, the ones that'll go in this slot right here. It's good. There's also a blacksmith, which will let me start making weapons and armor, and a furnace, which will let me start converting like copper ores into ingots, which is very, very good. So this is actually the first thing I'm going to make. And since I can make multiple, as you can see in bottom right, next to where it says craft, I have like numbers I can manipulate. I can crank it up. So I think I want to make, I'm going to make two, I'm going to make three for now, because I need a lot. Alright, take the first one. Actually, more space. So this is why being able to pick things up is really good, because you can actually just change how things are. Now this is just an example base. This is not how I actually do some things. This is just to get started, so that way I can don't have to spend all day trying to make stuff. But this is like how I would go about making my regular base. Also, let me make more arrows so I can shoot that stupid bird. Also, I have a copper bow, so it's better than the wood bow. You can tell something's stronger as well, just based on its attack. In the early game, you want to just equip whatever's strongest, and then later on, you're going to start using the enchantment system. You can put enchantments onto gear and armor and weapons and stuff when you make things, but I'll explain all that in probably another stream because it's a little bit later on. For now, just getting you guys started. But as you can tell, the copper bow has 30 attack, and the regular bow has 15, so it's better to use the copper. Yeah, and as you can tell, I just hit for 118. It's not bad. It's like 20% of what I need to be hitting for that one mission of 500 of one single strike. So I can use magic, bows, spears. I can use whatever method I want to do that mission. I just have to be able to do at least 500 damage in one hit. That's for later. All right, these where you have to. Okay, so like a couple things about the forges. When you place them, you can either snap them to the grid or not. Doesn't matter. I like to do them snap to the grid so I know they're all lined up. Also, where you go, where you have to like touch them to go into the inventory is like the actual furnace part itself, like the part that's like touching me right now. That's where you have to click it. So you'd rather have that part facing you than this side because it's a little harder to touch, like get into the inventory. So I always face them away from me, and then just give them a little bit of space besides each other, because it's much easier to do this, like come up here and touch the furnace here, and then because if I came from this side, you'd have to actually get up on it, like you'd have to get closer to it. So it's always better to just face them away from you. Now the furnace can make a few different things right now, but eventually it'll make a lot more. So it can only make copper, iron, or silver, or charcoal. But the best way to get charcoal is just taking a two-handed torch and hitting a tree with it. It gives you much faster charcoal, like way faster. Because one charcoal in here takes about, I want to say 30 seconds. But I can get like 6 charcoal in about 10 seconds just by setting a tree on fire. And also you can set animals on fire. It's pretty funny. So in the time it takes that one, where is it? So it just finished the one. This has already given me 1, 2, and then when it finishes, it drops like 6 at once. Okay, it didn't that time. I'm not sure why It can also set other trees on fire nearby, so it's an easy way to get a bunch of charcoal pretty fast. You also can be set on fire, so don't do that. That's why I use a two-handed torch, because it gives you more reach. So by the time the furnace can make about 2 or maybe 3 charcoal, I was able to get 6 charcoal. So it's just like a little bit faster. But I need copper for right now, so I can make a copper pickaxe, so that I can then go up and start grabbing iron, and then come back and make an iron pickaxe. So the first thing you always want to make is better pickaxes. Like anytime you get a next step of resources, like just upgrade your pickaxe first, because then you can just go right out and grab the next step of resources. So I'm basically going to get myself all the way up to silver really fast, and then get all the other things behind it. So grab copper. That's all you need. Oh, I need 2 more. Damn it. It's alright. It's pretty much everywhere on the island. Copper is one of those, like, I call it a stepping stone resource. Once you've got like about 100 copper ore, you won't really need much more than that, like for the rest of the game. I need to make the ingots. Also, split up the workload. If you want to get resources faster, instead of doing like 10 on just one, do like 3, 3, and 4. And you'll get all the resources much faster. So I think that was actually enough. Okay. Alright, so now that I have a copper pickaxe, I can get iron. I can go ahead and make this so I can get the copper axe as well. Now you could just skip getting the copper axe and the iron axe and just go straight for, you know, get yourself up to silver, get the silver pickaxe, and then just make a silver axe, and you could skip these 2 levels. But I'm one of those people, like, I hate having that stupid news symbol above stuff. So I am going to make myself this, and this. Even though I won't need these, I could still offer these 2 up to the picture book as well, so I have that spot for the picture book. You don't need to do it, but I like to do it. Okay, so now that I have a better version... Oh, here's another good time to show you guys the sorting action. So you remember the operation list by clicking my right analog? There's a sort button by pressing the left analog, so it will just automatically sort my inventory for me. For the equipment, it'll just put the whatever is the actually equipped right now, it'll immediately put that in the top left, no matter what I'm holding. So like say if I switch over to this and then I resort, because that item's equipped, it puts that now first. And then it sorts the rest based on what that item is. So the first thing will always be tools. So see how the stone pickaxe right next to its picture, it says tool. It'll always have the tools first based on what type of tool it is. So pickaxes first, then axes. Then it'll go to your weapons. So it'll just go, I think this is based on actually the alphabet. So because bow is a B, it's going to be usually first area. And then this is a torch, so it's considered a weapon as well. So that's a T. Then it does your seeds, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. And like other things will be sorted. It also does your other categories as well. So say if I put this way down here and I hit sort, it'll put it back. Same for food, same for these. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, and then once you start upgrading your pickaxes and your axes and your weapons and stuff, your older stuff that you don't need anymore. So now my stone stuff, I have a better bow, so I don't need this bow anymore. This is where your multi-select function comes into play. So press for Xbox, it's right next to where I'm highlighted. I have to press Y. Now it'll let you do what the name says. You can select multiple items. So stone, stone, this, and anything else I don't need. So I probably don't need these seeds. I don't need these pepper seeds. I won't need those because I don't use them for cooking. Now you have multiple choices to do with these items. So you can either drop them on the ground. You can remove them completely from the game, which don't do that. You can wash away their enchantments, which isn't a thing yet because nothing has an enchantment yet. At least not these items. I'll show you that in a little bit. Or the best option, you can offer them to the picture book. So by offering, it says yes. Go ahead and resort. When you go to your picture book, if you find those items that I just offered, so some were, they were tools and weapons. So by offering the stone pickaxe, I gained 10 experience. Same thing for this, and I gained, for the bow, I gained point 0.1 attack. So if you want to see how much you've actually gained, go to your details, and then it starts listing how many things I've gained from the picture book. So it may be small in the beginning, and it may seem like you have to offer a lot of items, and I mean, some items you do have to offer a lot, like thousands of them, but over time these numbers will slowly add up, because this game is a slow burn game. It's not meant to just be like, oh, I can just pick this up and beat it in 3 days. I mean, you could try to speed run it, but it's like Minecraft, I guess, in a way you could explain it, where it's not a game that you just spend a few days playing and then you're done with it. Like, you gotta play it for a while to get like the true depth out of the game. So the picture book will be a slow burn. Like, it takes a long time. May seem like it's not worth it in the beginning, but over time it does add up. It's, like I said, it's better than just deleting items. Now, if in your early game you need money for stuff, obviously, to like advance the age, to like repair your items for certain things, instead of deleting items or offering to a picture book, you can definitely sell them. But I know how to make money very quickly, so I don't need to really worry about making money right now, because I could just sell a few items to make the money I need, and then the rest I could just offer up to the picture book. But once again, this game, you could do a lot of things in different ways. So to make money, you could do different things. So you can either produce items, you can produce more monsters, and blah 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 blah. But you can go about it many different forms. But don't worry too much, because it's quite easy to. Where'd that bird go? You can get money very fast once you get a few items required. Okay, but for now, I think that was literally copper. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and go grab some iron now. So because I have copper, it is a star level 2 pickaxe. I can get level 3 stuff. So the regular stone is level 1, copper is level 2, and then iron's level 3. And iron is this stuff. It's hard to tell the colors, but this is like a gray excuse me, gray stone with like brown spots. That's iron. And then if you look at the star level, it's level 3. Iron is probably the most used like ingot in the game, just because you use it for so many different things. And if you ever want to tell what something is used for, like say you pick up an ore that you've never used before and you don't know what it's used for, there's a really important button that's used for a lot of things. So when you highlight an item, like whether it's the copper or the iron, if you look in the description box, there's a little details button you can press. And on Xbox, it's the Windows button, I think is what it's called. It pulls up the detail screen. Now, it's a little confusing at first, but it's very easy to read and what it does. So the left side just gives you a breakdown on how to get this item, and the right side is a breakdown of what this item can be turned into. So the left, you can see it where it says methods to acquire. You can't craft iron ore. You can only get it from rocks, or it's dropped from treasure chests or a gacha machine, it's just a random chance machine. I don't use it very much. It's also dropped from certain enemies. Now, it doesn't list every single enemy that it drops from, because I know there's more than those 3. But it does certainly drop from the sandworm boss, the dragon, the crocodile. It also drops from a guy named the Kevin, the thief boss. There's also a couple other bosses that drop it, like the ancient golem, the stone golem, and some other ones. But iron is one of the most used resources in the game, because it turns into iron ingots, which is then used for just almost everything. So you can scroll through. This is all items that you can make from iron ingots, and it's a lot. Like a whole lot. So iron is by far probably the most important. So anytime you can find it, it's like, here's some iron. Grab it. Honestly, this beginner island, I did this earlier, so you could pull up your map as well. On Xbox, you press right on the D-pad, pulls up a map. This beginner island is quite small. You could potentially grab all the resources available. Like, you could chop all these trees down, grab all the stone, like grab everything. it'll look a little weird because nothing regrows. Like once I once I destroy this rock, that rock never comes back. Same with this stone. So like once it's gone, which is fine. Like don't worry about it too much because there's so many islands to unlock and use that you'll never run out of resources together. Unless you plan on staying on this beginner island, which I don't suggest because you'll quickly run out of usable resources. Unless you want to stay here and keep it like looking, you know, like untouched, and then you can just go to the other islands to get the resources. That's doable. You're just gonna end up spending a lot of time traveling. But now that I have iron, I can go ahead and come back to base, smelt up some of the iron ingots. So because I have multiple furnaces, I'll just do like 10 here, 10 here, and the rest here. It'll just because since they're all running at the same time, I'll just get multiple resources faster. Come down here, make myself an iron pickaxe first, and then if I wanted to, I could just take that pickaxe and go out and grab silver, and then come back, smelt some silver, and make a silver pickaxe, and just jump the other two. But I'm gonna go ahead and make myself an iron axe as well. This is another reason why honestly you should probably just skip it, is because it takes a heck of a lot more iron to make the axes than the pickaxe. It takes 20 versus 5. But you know what? I don't care, because I'm gonna go straight to silver. Alright, so silver, I need 5 silver ingots. Pretty simple. But now that I have these, which are better, place them on your hotbar. Highlight these. Offer them up. There you go. A little extra experience, a little bit extra other stuff. And now I can get up to silver because I got 30 pieces of copper. I forgot that was a one of the missions. Okay, grab the mission. Okay, so to complete this set of missions, I would have to give 4 slates of growth to Anubis to get the reward. But that's gonna make I'm gonna have to just go through 4 dungeons. Or there's an NPC in this game called Fergus, the blacksmith. He'll give you a slate of growth for 1 log every hour. Like every in-game hour, like he'll reset his timer, so you can actually get more. You can kind of farm them that way. You just only get 1 an hour. So if you end up building a base near where one of his people spawns or whatever, you can grab it whenever he resets. Oh, and I said I needed silver. Duh. Looking at the iron. Also, my hunger is getting low, so it's probably a good time to start making some food. It's at 33. I was trying to avoid using the aerial skill, so that way I wouldn't have to do it so much. Also, as you can tell, there's a bunch of animals on this island. I haven't really focused on them too much yet because I don't really have a good weapon or anything really strong enough to kill them very quickly. But there's like chickens, there's foxes, there's deer right over here, and they all drop materials with different enchantments on them. So since I've killed the birds a few times, let me show you the difference between the eggs. So when you get a regular egg, it has 0 enchantments on it. There's no colored words next to the word egg. When you kill a monster, it will drop materials that have what are called enchantments on them. They're effects that take place when you either eat a food item or see down here where that's not a good example. Like the bird feathers. There's 2 types. They're still bird feathers, but one has a chicken's enchantment and one has the black-tailed gull's enchantment. It's because this came from the birds and this came from the chickens. So if the colored part, the green, because it's green, it's like a very common enchantment. If you look in the description box, you'll see it matches up right under where it has the written description for feathers, where it says bird feathers useful for creating blah 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 blah. See where it has red words where it says defense -5 and defense -20%? That's what the effect of having chickens on that bird feather means. So if I take this bird feather and make an item from it, so if I make a hat out of it, Like say this ranger cap, it uses leather, feathers, and fangs. If I use chicken feathers, because it says chickens on it, it's chicken's feathers. If I made the hat and it got chickens on the hat, when I wore that hat, I'm gonna lower my defense. So it's not a good enchantment. If it's a negative enchantment, it's not great. Now this one, because it came from the flying birds, so the stupid things that I was shooting down, it has black-tailed gull. That's the enchantment that drops from those birds. So it actually gives you +5 attack. So if I made one of those hats from this bird feather, or even this bow or whatever, anything I can make, if I then equip that bow or that hat and it has black-tailed gulls as the enchantment on it, it will give me 5 attack. So that's how the enchantment system works. So it's a little bit complicated, but you basically make items out of materials that have good enchantments to boost your attack or your magic or whatever else you want to accomplish. But for now in the early game, you don't really have access to a whole lot of good stuff. So like cows will drop cow's leather, cow's milk, stuff like that. So see how it says cow's raw animal flesh? Those are 2 different enchantments. And the way you can tell if something has multiple enchantments, it will have multiple lines. So cows is the first line where it says applied only to consumables, restore satiety 3. That's the cows part. If cow's raw was 1 enchantment, it would just continue that one first line. So because it's 2 separate lines, it's 2 different enchantments. So like if I went and killed a deer, it would say deer's raw meat. So that's how you can tell the difference between like different enchantments. It's a little hard sometimes, but you just gotta kind of use context clues a little bit. But see how it says cow's milk and not cow's raw milk? It's because milk can't be raw. So it's just the flesh. So that's how you can tell that cows is its own enchantment. So if I drank this milk, because the milk itself is a consumable, I would get see next to where it says ingredient, cooldown 5 seconds, and then it has like a heart with a 10, and then a hunger thing with a 15. I would gain 10 health, 15 hunger, and then also the cow's enchantment would take in place because it says applies only to consumables. So because milk is a consumable, I would then also gain 3 hunger. So it's actually 18 hunger that you restore when you drink milk. So that's how like the food enchantments work. So like if I ate this, it takes into effect just the animal flesh itself, so it would actually give me 10 hunger back, but it would also take in the cow's effect, so it would give me another 3 hunger, but the raw part, because raw is its own enchantment, it would take away 10 of my health. So it's actually giving me a little bit of hunger, but it's damaging my overall health. So if I eat one of these, my hunger is going to go up to 100%, but I'm going to lose 10 health. See? That's how enchantments work on food, on equipment and items. See this bow? It's actually bad to use this bow. I should have read this before I started using it. Cyclops and Cracked are 2 separate enchantments. I got this bow out of a chest, so chests have a chance. So I don't know where another chest is. So anytime you open up a chest, you have a chance to get a random item with random enchantments based on what island level you're on. So if I come over to this altar thing, I'm on a level 0 island. If you look on the far left, it says island level 0. It's because it's a beginner island. As you move upwards, you start increasing the island level. Chests start dropping better items with a chance to have a better enchantments. They're not always good. They're not always great. Sometimes they're really bad. So that's how I was able to get this random copper bow with 2 enchantments on it. It actually has a really bad enchantment. The first one's Cyclops. It's okay. It gives you max life and mana regeneration, but the Cracked part is freaking terrible. It lowers your attack, your defense, and the price rate. It just means that if I sold this bow, I would sell it for less. But I didn't notice that the first time when I was using it. So when I equip this, that Cracked enchantment will take effect. So it lowers my attack, defense, and that stuff. So I'm actually losing attack by holding this. It's not good. I mean, I'm still gaining attack because the base attack is +30, just because it's a copper bow. But that losing 10%. So if I had another copper bow right next to this that didn't have any enchantments at all, it would be better to use the non-enchanted bow because that Cracked one is negative. But it's fine for now because I'm still gaining attack because it's still a copper bow. So it's a little weird. I know I'm throwing a lot of words out, but basically you have to look at both the equipment's base power itself, because this bow, if it didn't have any enchantments, it would still give me 30 attack and 30 magic attack. But then it also takes into effect the enchantment, so I'm gaining that max life. So my life is actually going up by like 14, 15 points when I equip this. Yeah, I'm going up 14 points. But it's also taking away a little bit of attack, a little bit of defense. So my defense goes down. So I think it went down by 1 point because my defense was at 10 before. Or it's 11 actually, so it should take 1.1. Yeah, so it's lowering my defense. So that's where the enchantments kind of come into play. Now each piece of equipment, so your headpiece, your body gear, glider, each weapon, some weapons are only two-handed, so you can only have one weapon on. Your auxiliary spot and your two accessories, they all can hold 4 enchantments each in each on each piece of equipment. So you can have a headpiece with 4 enchantments on it, all giving you like plus attack or something, you know what I mean? So you could potentially have 32 different enchantments all working together to give your character a massive boost to your attack, your magic attack, defense, whatever you really want. And there's many different builds out there. It's kind of like Monster Hunter like that, where it's not just it's just swords or just magic or just arrows. You can play around with there's like thousands of enchantments in this game. So you can really make your own build however you want, as long as you get lucky. Because when you make weapons and armor, there's chances that those enchantments will end up on the equipment. So it's just the better the enchantment, the smaller the chance. And that'll all come with time, and I'll teach you guys all about that. Anybody returning to my streams or videos will know, because I have a playthrough currently going through that's close to the end game, so you guys have probably heard me explain that a million times. Okay, I was also up here to grab silver. There's also some ores that you won't be able to get right away because their star level is too high. So like you need a star level 5 to get this, just to even hit this. So because iron is star level 3, I need whatever's after silver, because silver would be level 4, and then I need a level 5. That's how you get those. But if you're wondering, this is titanium. Okay, also there's herbs. I'm gonna need these, so anytime I see these I should pick these up. Let's try to grab all these stones and stuff while I'm up here. I also have a bunch of skill points. Also, this altar thing, anytime you look at something, remember, you can see if you can pick it up. You can actually pick these up. Go grab this copper. Also, when you're mining stones, if you do the jump into a slash, you could potentially break, if the stone's weak enough, you could break it in one hit. Sometimes you can. Helps mining go faster. Also, these are the fishing spots. See how it's got little bubbles and stuff? If I make the fishing pole, make straw. Basically, look at it. It doesn't tell you anywhere on the screen, but you just cast with left trigger. And you can pull it up with the left trigger as well. I think you can also use the right trigger. But you basically... Oh, you went really far. I'll grab it. But you can fish 3 times, and then the fish will disappear. You don't always get fish. Sometimes you get some weird shit like seaweed or a boot or something. Don't worry about it. You're mainly looking for fish. Also, I timed that wrong. And didn't get anything. You have to basically get it right when the bobber goes down. They disappear, but then after about like 10 minutes or so, it'll reappear. There's also multiple fishing spots on this island, so not to worry about it. Also, I did get really lucky, so sometimes randomly the fish will have, they will almost always have raw, should have raw on there as an enchantment. It'll sometimes have fresh. It'll also sometimes have other random enchantments, so I'll read you through each one. So raw, it'll be the one that says applied. It's the first line, so it kind of goes in order. So raw, then fresh, then bouncing. It'll also match up to the color. sometimes. So see how bouncing the third one is blue, where it says restore life at the bottom 150? That's related to that one. So line by line, raw is just the very first line. It's applied only to consumables. It will give you 10 life damage if you consumed it. Then the next line, that max life plus 5, that's talking about fresh. So max life plus 5%. Then also applied only to consumables, you restore life, restore mana, and restore hunger. The next line after that is applying to bouncing. The magic attack plus 20, magic attack plus 5%. So that's giving me more towards my magic damage. Gives you attack speed as well. And then it also has an applied to consumables part of restoring life, damaging mana, and then restoring hunger. So there's a bunch of stuff going on, but basically if I took this fish and cut it up into fish fillets, and then I ate those fish fillets, all three of those effects would take effect, except for raw. Raw would go away because I cooked it. But it would still have fresh and bouncing, and it would probably have fried as well, because when you cook stuff, it gains fried enchantment. But you could potentially turn this fish into some okay food. This fish, however, I got lucky, it has the legendary effect on there, which is very good, because see where it says the first line is raw, so it's still the same. Applied to consumables, you take 10 damage. The next line after that, the next 3 lines really, is all legendary stuff. So you gain 50 attack. You gain movement speed, you gain air movement speed, so when I'm doing that air dash thing, I'm moving quicker. I also gain 30% attack speed if I can get the legendary effect on a piece of equipment somewhere. So I can actually take these fish and cut them up into fillets, and then I could potentially use those fillets somehow to make a piece of equipment. And there's a few pieces of equipment that use fish fillets, so I could potentially get this on my build. So let me I need to make a machine called I actually don't remember what it's called. Fillet machine. Duh. I just need 3 iron. Let's make 3. You know, I'm gonna need a bunch of charcoal, so I might as well just cook it up while I have it. Let's do 18 because it's using stacks of 3 for something. Okay, fillet machine. Let's grab this. Just stick this in the corner. Also, I don't have any storage yet. Pretty soon I'm gonna need to start making some storage boxes because I will very quickly run out of room. But for now, not too bad. Also, I have some skills to use. So, okay, so I spent 2 points in tier 1, which unlocked tier 2. So now that I'm in here, I'm going to definitely take at least 1 point in battle him. I'm going to take, I think I said I was going to be a dual wielder. Yeah, let's go ahead and do dual wield. And each level I take in dual wield, the first level just lets you hold 2 swords at once and also gives you 40 extra skill damage. But then each level after that will just increase your basic attack and skill damage for each level. So it's actually not a bad. I have to spend 4 more points to get to the 3rd tier anyway, so yeah, I'll just keep 2 more points in here because eventually I'm going to have this maxed out as well as this having maxed out. Now this is an activated skill, so I need this on my hotbar somewhere. So go down here. This is just an always active skill. It's passive, so I can now just hold 2 swords at once. So I could potentially go... Nope, this is a 2-handed sword, sorry. So these wood sticks are both 1-handed swords. So now I can hold two 1-handed swords at once. And now this also unlocks a bunch of different attacks. So each weapon type has different attacks based on it. So it's kind of like Monster Hunter a little bit. So if I was just holding 1 sword, I have basic attack. I don't have an offhand attack. So my basic attack, when I say basic, I mean the right trigger. So like the 1, 2, 3 combo. That's all it'll ever do. If I press it a bunch of times, like it'll just continuously do that. If I press the left trigger, which is your offhand, it doesn't do anything. If I press both attacks at the same time, it just does regular basic attack. Then when you jump, you do the overhead slash. There is no offhand attack when you're single wielding in the air, so I'm pressing left trigger and nothing's happening. Right trigger will just do the slam. This will just always be that because I have that skill unlocked, that charge strike. But that's it. That's pretty much all you can do with one-handed swords. Pretty basic. Now, when you become a dual wield user, you unlock a whole bunch of other attacks. So your main basic attack, your right trigger, I'm just pressing this a few times in a row. It has a 5-hit combo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very simple. And that will just continuously do that. I'm just hitting the button over and over and over. Sometimes it'll do a charge strike because it'll think I'm trying to hold it. That's all it's going to do. If you do your offhand attack, it'll do a different attack. It only does 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. It'll just keep doing that over and over and over. This has a pretty good reach as well, like right in front of you. Okay, I say that, then it doesn't hit anything. But it's not bad. It's very fast too. So it's pretty good. So then if you press both at the same time, this is what I call the finisher slam combo. Because it does that last move where it slams in the ground. If you land that on a monster, it does a lot of damage. But just to recap, so its basic attacks are 5 in a row. It does pretty simple slashy moves. Your offhand will do these. Both swipe into a side swipe, and then both together at the same time 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 will do the slam. Because if you stop before that last one, it'll just do 1, 2, 3. Okay, sometimes it won't do that slam if you don't do enough presses. Come on. It's hard to... Oh, also, this is where the lock-on helps. Because it keeps them on the screen, so it makes it a little easier to hit them with that part. Also, hitting chickens is a lot harder than hitting a boss, because bosses are very large, so it's a little easier to hit them. But yeah, dual wielding also has another move that is very hard to pull off. I can't really consistently get it to happen, but when it does happen, you'll know it. Oh, also, that's the air move. I forgot to tell you. So just like single, so instead of having this move, the slam, when you have dual wield on, when you jump and press, you do this really crazy spinning attack. And you stay in the air a little bit. Also, when you're in the air, you don't have an offhand attack, so it doesn't do anything. I'm pressing left trigger, and it doesn't do anything. But then when you're in the air, I can't get it to trigger, so I probably won't be able to get it to work right now. So it's the same moves as pressing both attacks at once, so it's like doing a slam combo. But when you're in the air, sometimes if you get it just right, you'll do like a cool combo. You'll stay hovering in the air and you'll do a bunch of like crazy attacks. That's your best that's your best attack for dual wielding. It's very hard to pull off. I can never get it to be consistent, but when it happens, you know it's happening because you're going to do a lot of damage. And you end up like hovering in the air and you start doing like some swipes and stuff. But yeah, that's dual wielding. It's very fun. Okay, skills. I think I spent all my skill points. Workbench, silver ingots. Okay. Let's make some silver. I'll just pop all 26 in there, screw it. Put these 23 in here. Okay, so the next thing it wants me to make is a blacksmith, which is what you need to make your weapons and armor with. Excuse me. And if you read the actual descriptions, it tells you what these things do. So like this lets you melt ore in a furnace, creating ingots. This is for creating weapons, bows, and gears. Like so it means armors, so it's easy. I just need logs again, so go chop some logs. Now, bushes count as trees. So there's one of the missions where you had to chop like a certain amount of trees in a certain amount of time. It's better to just go and chop the bushes because they go down in one chop versus trees where they take like 4 or 5. So if you need to go for speed, just go for the bushes instead. Alright, silver pickaxe, silver axe. Cool. Now I can go ahead and put these on the hotbar. And this is how quick, like, if I wasn't having to explain everything, you could very quickly progress through this game up until like about the 3rd or 4th age, and then it hits like a wall where you have to go to a certain island to get things. It takes a little bit longer. But the very early game, if you know what you're doing, you can move very fast. Okay, so I made all these things now, except for the other torch, which I'll do just to get rid of the new. Okay, I haven't made this, but it takes iron and silver, so I don't want to waste that yet. But I need one of these to advance the age. I need to offer it, but it's also pretty useful because if you read the description, it says it detects the presence of a dungeon or a special pod. It hasn't happened yet. It's gonna be very loud when it does because it's kind of loud. There's a thing that falls from the sky called a supply pod, and it has a bunch of high end stuff in it. So anytime you hear it crash into the ocean or wherever it falls on the island, you'll get a big banner across the screen saying a supply pod has fallen somewhere. Go get it. Always collect that stuff because those things are needed for something later on. And if you don't collect the supply pods early on, you won't have enough stuff to make the for later. It's just super important. Okay, let's also get these fish fillet. So when you make the fillets, it'll tell you what type of fillet. When you click it, there's 3 types. I'm sorry. There's regular fish fillets, like that one. There are luxury fillets, so this one, and then there's also another one I think, but I may be wrong on that one. So it may be just the 2 types, but okay. So this is gonna give me fish fillets, which is good because then I can, once I pick it up, I only got 1, which kind of sucks. Remember the details button trick? So highlight the fish or like hover over it. Press your details button. So you can take a fish fillet and turn it into any of these things. It's used for any of these things. So this is some roofing stuff. This is some wall type shit. The trick ladder, you need to unlock the blueprint first, so that's kind of unfortunate. But this is an option because it takes 1 of the fish fillets to make. So you have a chance to get that legendary on there. You also can make some amulets with it. So might end up trying to make this amulet. Because when you go to craft items, I haven't made anything yet. When you go to craft like a weapon or a piece of armor or whatever, there's a screen you can look at that'll show you what the enchantments are available. Okay, so this is the blacksmith. This is where you make your armor, weapons, and a bunch of other shit. There's a lot of things you can look at right away, but don't worry about it so far. Okay, this is one of the items. I can't look at the screen I was talking about yet because I don't have everything made yet. Okay, so before you even make something, so I need this shield to advance the age anyways. So if I had copper that had an enchantment on it, like say I went to a desert island and got some copper there, it would probably have like dried or something like that as the enchantment. When I click the detail chance right underneath the floating picture, it says detail of enchanting chance. You click that and it'll show you what the enchantments available can end up on this shield. I don't have anything yet, but I'll definitely show you that. But yeah, so the blacksmith is where you make all your swords, your bows, and other weapon categories. So it's hard to show you because I haven't unlocked any of them yet, but basically there's the katanas, there's magic staffs. I know it's the crutch, but it's just kind of a joke for in the game, but this is a magic staff. This is a spear. Water guns, it was just for a small summer event like 2 years ago. So machetes are one-handed swords, kukri is a one-handed sword. So they group them based on what type of weapon it is. These are two-handed weapons, so the baseball bat and the knight sword. These are the bows, and then these are the one-handed regular swords. So as I advance the age more and more and more, I'll unlock way more weapons. Like this entire thing will be full of just weapons I could make. But yeah, that'll open up as we go. So I needed the copper shield. So if I was just gonna play a one-handed sword user and then a shield user, I could do this, because then you could like block things. Oh, come on. You could block. Excuse me. You can block with your offhand. You still have your access to this move and this move. Then also when you're moving, if you press your offhand, it does like a shield bash. You have to be sprinting now. Get back here. Oh, I missed. But yeah, so there's multiple different types of, like, you could be sword and shield, you can just be regular sword, you could be a katana user, dual wielder, two-hander, magic user, bow and arrow, like, whatever you want. Okay, so then the next mission I have. This will be a minute, so it's fine. I can wait. Excuse me. So okay, so I have to craft a copper bow and then make wood arrows on a blacksmith. So to make a bow, come here. Also, I just wasted the copper on the shield, but that's fine. But I need to make a copper bow, so I need 5 ingots and 6 more logs. Remember, I can just bushes for logs and straw. Okay. And copper. Copper's a little more abundant on this island than like iron and stuff, but you very quickly won't need too much of this. Also, I think your hunger goes back to 100% when you level up. I think that's why I haven't had to worry about it so far. I'm like, how did it go up? I haven't eaten anything. Alright, that should be enough copper. Oh, feces. So if you want to know what feces is for, you can do the detail screen. It is turned into, well, you can use it for making planters. Those are needed for herbs and stuff for growing later. But it's mainly going to be used for saltpeter, because you take this saltpeter and use it with charcoal and sulfur to make black gunpowder. It's an item that you need for later on to advance the age, because then once you get to an age about 5 or 6, you need 50 gunpowder to advance to the next one. So that's why I end up keeping all my feces. Also, if it ends up taking too many spots, you can use your multi-select function, highlight whatever you want to destroy the enchantments, because the enchantments are what's keeping it from stacking very nicely. So see how there's 2 of these feces? It's because they both have the same enchantment. So they both have the black-tailed gull as there, but because this one has Anubis, it doesn't stack. So if you want to have them all stack, because these don't need enchantments on them, because I'm just going to use it for gunpowder and then offer them up. You can wash away all the enchantments, and then when you use your sort function, it'll stack them all for you. And now that everything has the same enchantment, because they don't have any, they all stack very well. Really, really nice way to save yourself, because like before, this was taking 2 slots, and eventually that, like, having 2 slots for one item is ridiculous. So knowing how to get rid of enchantments is good, because whenever you're building, if you make a bunch of items from, like, say wood and stone that has enchantments on them, because eventually you're going to start getting logs and stone that have different enchants. If you start making materials, or you start making items out of those materials, they'll start stacking very weird. So like you'll have a bunch of walls. It's almost like how these eggs are. The walls will do the same thing. So like it'll have 3 of some kind, 7 of some kind, and 4 of a different. And when you put these on your hotbar to start building with, it'll only take the one type because the enchantment is different. So like if I was placing a bunch of walls and these first 7 had a different enchantment, I would place 7 and then I'd have to go back into my inventory and put these other ones on my inventory as well. So you're better off deleting the enchantments off building materials, because they don't benefit from them, because you're not using them as part of your equipment. So if you end up making like some walls, like wood walls that have different enchantments than like the normal walls, you would just want to get rid of the enchantment so they stack nicely. Okay, so I think the next thing I have to do is craft some old rags, which are in the workbench. But there's a bunch of things I haven't built yet, so I want to start showing you guys that stuff. I need 1 more copper ingot. Oh damn, I got a bunch. Okay, so let's build the furniture workbench, because this has a bunch of stuff in here that's useful. Hide this away. Alright, so there's a bunch of different categories. But it's basically like walls, floors, sloped floors. Then you have ceilings stuff. Then you have your windows, your doors, and then more random stuff like pillars and doors and stuff like that. Then you have all your lighting. You don't really need lighting in this game, it's just more for decoration, so this is all decorative stuff. Then you have actual things labeled decorations, literally just shapes and stuff like that, so if you wanted to build something cool out of it, go for it. Then you have your actual furniture, which you can sit on benches and stuff, but they don't actually serve too much of a purpose. Same with like these shelves and stuff, it's just all decoration down here. And then as you advance the ages, more things will become unlocked. So you want to always, anytime you advance this, make sure you check the workbench, you check your furniture workbench, your blacksmith, your furnace, all that stuff, because things become unlocked and you'll be able to make newer things every time you advance the age. So anytime I do that, I always kind of make a rounds. But now I can start making different style floors and walls and stuff. I'm not going to keep using this type of wood floor because this stuff sucks. I hate the look of it. The walls look so bad. So pretty soon I'll switch over. Yeah, that's the furniture workbench. Then the potion stand, which will be a little bit... Ooh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I need to make a hatter. It's one of the missions. It's also just teaching you how to make your headgear. So if you want to see, okay, so see how it says sheep's hatter? It's because to make the hatter, probably should have used this as an example, you need sheep's wool. So because sheep's wool had, where is it? It has sheep's as the enchantment. When I went to make the hatter, there's a small chance that it could have ended up on there. Let's see. I can't show you. Damn it. Okay, you know what? Let me do it again just so I can show you what I mean. So let me go kill some sheep. Alright, where you at, sheep? This is all the stuff that from earlier when I killed a bunch of stuff. Okay, usually there's a bunch of sheep over here and they should be spawned. Like right here. It's weird. And I think maybe because my buildings are right on their spawn point, maybe they don't come back. Could be wrong. These guys are still here. It's kind of annoying. Anyways, but, so basically because the sheep's wool had sheep's as the enchantment, it ended up on the hatter. But because the hatter is like a building material, it's like a building piece, it's not something you're equipping to your person. That sheep's doesn't matter. So I usually just end up deleting the enchantments. So this part right here where it says wash away enchantments, I just get rid of it. Because if I ever have multiple of the hatters in my inventory and they have different enchantments or whatever, they won't stack nicely and it'll be harder to place multiples of them. So I just always get rid of enchantments on, you know, walls and floors and stuff like that. It just makes things much easier to deal with. And this thing I can just stick right here, because I don't use it very much. You don't have too many options at the beginning. The first one, this is the one you have to make for the mission. So I need to get sheep's wool back. And you know what? I'm just gonna pick everything up and move, because I think I am sitting right on top of the sheep spawn, which is preventing them from coming back. And I need them. So this is where the retriever rod would be nice, but it's not unlocked yet. Now don't worry too much, like if I pull this floor, it won't destroy these things will just fall. Look kind of goofy though. See? Now that thing I won't be able to pick up until it's done, so I'm just gonna relocate until back over there somewhere, because anytime I leave the island in the future and I come back, I'll come in like at the end of this pier, like way over there, so I might as well build my base over there. I just wanted to show you guys like how to build out on a slope, just in case. it's painful. Ugh. Oh, you jerk. Oops. You know what? I'm dual wielder now. I can fuck you up. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, see, the hitboxes on these fucking birds are so annoying. Okay, back to getting the walls. And pretty soon I'll be able to advance the age. I just want to kind of walk through all the different items you can use as I go, so that way you're not missing anything. Alright, done. Ooh, let's grab this iron. Might as well grab some stone. Also, sand is useful for some stuff, so if you wanted to see what that's used for, just highlight it. Details. There's a bunch of different shit you can make from it, so pretty important. Hold on to it. That all comes with time. Alright. Pick up these. Now, since I have access to the better looking stuff, probably never going to use this stuff again, so I'm just going to offer the regular wood stuff to the picture book and never use it again. Because once you advance to the next age, the very first next age, you unlock stone. So I usually end up just building with this shit. Stone floors is like my favorite because it gives you an easy way to like measure things. And when I say measure, it just means like when you're building, like you can use the lines and squares on the stone floors to literally count and figure out how far away something is. So like because it has 10 squares across each side, it's literally a 10 by 10 square. They may not be the exact same width of each one, but it's very easy to figure out like this line that my cursor's on is the middle line because there's 5 squares to the left and 5 squares to the right. So that's the middle line. Same thing with this. This is the middle line right here. And then the very dead center is right there where my cursor's at. That's the dead center because it's literally the middle line for both sides. So it's an easy way to figure out like when you're placing stuff, if you line up the golden circle, like that's middle that way, and then this is middle this way. So this is how you know I place this dead center of this square. Even though the Hatter doesn't matter, there's other items that eventually you're going to want to have, like, say I needed this market as centered as I could, I'd line it up right there. That's center. Of both ways. So, like, using the stone floors is a very good and easy way to, like, measure out. So, like, if you're doing something that needs something to be lined up exactly, use your stone floors. And also, the reason I said earlier with the way the golden circle is facing, see how the arrow is pointing away from me like this? So I know each one of these is facing the same direction. If I faced it this way, these squares would not look the same. See how like they're kind of like this big, this square is bigger than that one? That's how you can tell that this square is facing the wrong direction. Kind of little, it looks like when you're moving very quickly, it's not easy to see, but as soon as you stop, you can kind of look, see this middle square right here? These three are very nice, and then this one is kind of wonky. You can kind of tell when this stuff is placed wrong. You just face it the same direction, now they all line up very nice. But I'm going to go ahead and pick all these back up because I'm going to build a little bit further away from here. I always end up building over water because later on you're going to need the water to do something. So I always end up building like kind of over here. Just something to get started. Now, you could, if you wanted to be like OCD about it, you could literally just mirror everything you're building. So you can just come over here and, oh, come on. You can go onto the bridge if you needed. So we know you're facing the same direction. Oh, I'm out of floors, so I was like, what's going on? But this is a good start, it's fine. You can always build more. Yeah, see how like they're all lined up the same way? Alright, now that'll basically be the center. See how this one piece looks like different? Because for some reason it was facing a different direction. I don't know, that's just me. You guys can do whatever you want. Alright, I think that was the right spot. I basically just want to make like a square around it. So I craft. Technically don't really need the floors in the middle, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, so I basically just did that because it would look like it was the same all the way around. Okay, now if I wanted to, I could do slopes. Also, this is where the different building modes, so see how it's like very, snapping to the grid, and you could also free place it. If you wanted these to be like lower, well, can't do it because floors are in the way. But this is where you could like kind of start doing things a little differently, but you're almost always going to want to build snap to the grid until you need it to like fit a very specific shape. Like instead of having it be, I could potentially do it here instead, you know what I mean? But for now, I'm snapping to the grid's probably your best bet. May not work always the cleanest, but now I basically spawn in like here every single time, right about here. So I could just here's another placement tip. That placement glitch works for intersecting things as well. So you remember before, like if you couldn't place, it's like it just doesn't show it. It's not showing as red. I just can't place it here. But since I can place something here and not there, see how for a split second it shows it? You can placement glitch the floors together. See? You just gotta time it right a little bit. So you look the whole thing with the placement glitch is you're just tricking the game into thinking you're placing it where it is available and then just placing it where it can't be technically placed, even though obviously you can because it does work. But this is how you can like intersect floors and walls and stuff like that. And then this is just me showing examples. Like this may not be what I actually do with the base, but kind of have like a separate area for something. Make some walls. if you wanted to close this up, you can, you know, put some walls and stuff here and there and blah blah blah. There's also those angled walls. So if you go to your furniture workbench, which I can probably just place up here. Where were they? I could have sworn I saw some already. Okay, maybe I haven't unlocked them yet. But basically, there's like angled walls that you can like fill in this gap right here. Same for this. I could have sworn I already saw this. I'm also out of hunger, so let's go ahead and drink some milk. Now there's a cooldown, so you could probably eat some other stuff while you're waiting. Yeah. Now this stuff doesn't give very much back, so I'm gonna start having to cook some food for myself. But no big deal. Go and pick this up. And I'll just leave it open. Then you can just always expand this stuff as you go. One short. Once I unlock the things I'm thinking of, I'll be able to close all this stuff up. But this is fine for now. But yeah, this is I'm just kind of showing you guys like different building tricks and different ways you can set things up. Now, you don't even have to put these floors down here on the walls. I'm gonna start placing things down here. You could build up in the air instead. So like if you wanted to, you could build up here. And make like a square around this way. And then take these stone slopes and do them like this. This is actually how I usually do it. And make almost like a horseshoe for yourself. So let me go ahead and pull these. Bro, give me the thing. There we go. Oop. Make sure you're pulling the thing you're actually wanting to. I just pulled the floors and not the slopes. And remember, which way you want things facing, so I know that those are correct. Alright, that's good. Okay, usually I end up doing something like this. Oops, these are all facing the wrong way. Either way, whatever. It doesn't actually matter which way these ones are facing. It's not like I'm really trying to measure anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, really? It came out this far? I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I guess I did. Okay, so then for the slopes, just do these. And now these, instead of, so same thing. So just look over where you can. So the trick is to find the middle of the line. So right where you can just look between the two very quickly. And then just try to get it to place. So you kind of click it as you look over. So if you go a little too soon or a little too late, it won't work. But if you get it just right, it's a little pain in the ass, but it's worth it. Got it. There we go. So if you just time it right, you'll be able to intersect stuff. Same thing for right here. Sometimes looking from right to left is a little easier than left to right, but whatever works for you. Also, you don't have to go from the side. You could also go from above or below. It's basically as long as you could see it in the spot over the next, basically one step away. It's like this is one click above that. So you can go from the side, you can go from above. Hell, you can go from underneath. Like if you could somehow figure out how to look down and then look up and get it to work, it's as long as you can place it somewhere and then look over and it's in the unplaceable spot. For me, it just happens to be easier to look from the side. So it's, you can't really hear me clicking, but I am clicking. Now you will get that a lot, like them placing in the wrong spot. So that one I don't even know where it placed. Probably placed under the water. Yeah, I can see it. That's fine. If you wanted, you could just take the floors off. Sometimes it'll place in the water. So you can just take the floor off and grab it. Okay, but same thing, just get it lined up. Try to squeeze it in there. Sometimes it'll go in the wrong spot. It's fine. Are you kidding me? Come on. Did that thing under the floor. It is very finagly, obviously. There we go. Got it. And then same thing here. So you want to leave this spot empty, obviously, and do it the other way. This is why standing close to where the middle is best, because if you try to stand too far away, you'll start like, it'll start trying to place in all these random spots. You want to be like pretty close to wherever the middle is, like right there. So you end up start placing them in weird spots. This one can also be placed from above down. It's a little harder going from this direction, because when you look a little too far down, you start placing it way low. So going from side to side is a little easier. And you end up placing a lot of the, so you know what? Start with the other side first. Go from this side over. Seem to be having better luck with that direction. Oop, wrong things. Sweet. Then if I wanted, you could obviously like close all these off, put some more slopes, put some more floors around, all that other stuff. You can basically do whatever you want. And then if you wanted, you could just, you know, place a bunch of walls. You could place some roofing and kind of close all this stuff in and do all that. Because once you place the furniture down, say it came down, these are all roofing things. Let's go and make a few of these roofing pieces. And they're all different styles as well. But these, you know what I mean? Makes like a little overhang. Now, for the corners, you could either do the intersecting trick, the placement glitch. So face it the way you'd want. Look on the spot that you can place it, and then, now these are a little bit more difficult because when you look over, it's gonna be a weird orientation. But if you're lucky, yeah, I'd say I'm not lucky. Although there are specific pieces for corners on the ceilings. So instead of trying to intersect them, you can just build the corner piece. These things. See where it says thatch corner? Although there is a time and place for trying to do the placement glitch on the ceiling stuff. But yeah, you can do like corner pieces so it looks capped off. Now this is just the basic straw ceiling. It doesn't look amazing. My favorite ones, it's like fish scale ceilings. We don't have them yet, but they look really cool. Yeah, there's different styles and different shapes you can like this one's flat, it's not angled. These ones are like the angled walls, so if you have like a point, you can cover up the gaps a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of how the furniture works. You also have different style walls in here as well. Snow and ice, you just need them from the frozen islands. Then you have like wood floors. I don't know why they have this stuff unlocked so freaking early. Because you can't really get to those islands until you can travel. So go ahead and take that away. Place this. Now this, the orientation doesn't matter where the golden circle is placing. You can still access it from both sides. Make some more stone floors. Maybe I can just come up here and just talk to this thing. Okay, so once I start opening new islands and traveling, it'll open up some more stuff for me. But for now, let's go ahead and get our base situated. It's not going to be a permanent base. This is just going to be something real small to get me started. So I think for now, I'm just going to do furnaces here. Snap to the grid. There we go. Everything that way, everything's straight. Can't stand when stuff is not lined up. Now, sometimes I do use the free place mode just because sometimes snapping to the grid isn't exactly perfect. But you just kind of figure out through time and experience like when you should and shouldn't use it. See, here's another case of I can use the placement glitch to get stone floors here. So you just have a space available where you can place it. You can glitch it into where you can. Come on. It does take a little practice and luck, timing, and a bunch of other shit, but you can eventually get it. See? Sometimes you can get it right away. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes I like to just build shit just to look good. There we go. That'll be fine for purposes that I'm using it for. So you can go placement glitch again, try to... That didn't work. It's fine. Don't really need a roof over anything, just like the look of it. Okay, fish fillet. So that's gonna be like my smelting and stuff like that. This will be like my cooking area over here. That scared me for a sec. Thought everything disappeared. Alright. Doesn't have to look perfect. Good enough. Okay, fish stuff. Oh yeah, I haven't made any cooking pots or anything yet. Okay, workbench. Put a couple right here. Probably put a couple more over there once I build more stuff. Okay. I can hold off on this. I don't really need potions right away. So this is the washing machine I was talking about. You don't really need it right away. Excuse me. The only enchantments that you can't wash yourself. It even says it. Washing this. Okay. So the description of this machine, it's a little hard to figure out what it's trying to say, but it's just giving you examples of different enchantments that it can be. The washing machine can wash away any of enchantments off of any item. Your inventory can also wash most items. The only ones it can't get rid of are certain ones like old, the enchantment cracked, and a couple other ones I don't really remember. So like this copper bow, if I washed it off in my inventory, it would lose the Cyclops part, but it would keep the cracked one. See? So to get rid of the cracked part, you'd have to build yourself the washing machine. And you just place that wherever. It's pretty small, so not a huge footprint. Come on. Okay, put it there. Whatever you want to wash, you just place it in it, and it just takes time. That's it. You can grab it out. There we go. Now it doesn't have old on there, or cracked. Sweet. Okay. What else can I make out of this machine? Potion machine, same thing. Repair station, like I explained before, you can repair things in your own inventory, but then after a while you're going to have to use the repair station to bring back the overall durability. Okay, wheat field. Another good thing. I'm going to have to make these in a second. I just don't have enough logs, so I have to go get some. But I want to make myself a few cooking pots because I need them. So I'm going to make 4. The reason I need so many is because I'm going to eventually have to start making wheat flour. So once I start growing the wheat with those plots, I'm going to need a decent amount of these cooking pots going. One could stay over here. And the other 3 I'm going to keep on me just so when I go to place them, I'll have them. Okay. So next thing I need to make is the wheat plots. I'm going to make like 20 of these. And I'll show you what to do with these because a lot of people mess up what they're supposed to do. Let's go get some logs. But yeah, see how like it looks like it's floating? I'll just place walls and stuff going down so it doesn't look floating. Kind of awkward. Okay, I also need food, so let's go ahead and eat some milk, some eggs. There's about a 4 or 5 second cooldown between each bite of different foods. So some foods, they're regular cooldown, so like milk has a 5-second cooldown. Raw meat has a 5-second. Stuff will have different cooldown times, so like some foods will be much longer, like a full minute or something. So you want to have multiple types of food, so you always have something to eat. Easy. Goodness. I don't know how I'm tired. I slept all day. Ooh, also these guys are dropping feces. Good. You need 100 feces for the age thing. So the more you can get early, the better. Said logs, so I can make these 20. So I need 100 logs and 100 straw. But for now, 10's fine. Can't even make 10. Alright, I think one of the missions I have to cut bushes down fast, so... No. Home garden? Nope. No. Haha, logging company. Okay, so this mission set, it says cut down 1 tree within 3 seconds. It's easy. You can just chop 1 bush. Cut down 10 trees within 1 minute. So I basically, okay, so I have to destroy 10 bushes within a minute. It's not that hard. And then I also have to just hold in my inventory 1,000 logs, which takes a little bit of time, but it's not too bad. So when you do this, you have to like plan your route, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop the tree. As soon as I chop it, I'm going to roll to the next one to cut down the amount of time. So my goal, I could start way down here. Actually, probably just use this whole group right here. You can just start and try to go in a line, like hit this, dodge here, hit this, dodge here, hit this, hit this, hit this, hit that. You know what I mean? Like just do them as fast as you can do it. And since bushes count as trees, I'll be able to do it very fast. Now just watch your stamina, because you can't swing when you have no stamina. So don't let yourself run out. But see, I have 8, 9, 10. Very fast. Because bushes take 1 hit from a silver axe, trees take like 3 or 4. Or more. So imagine trying to cut down 10 trees that way. So yeah, this is definitely the much faster way. Plus it gives you both straw and logs, which is nice. And I think that's enough to get what I was looking for. I just want to get some more just so I have extra. You just get more logs from the trees, but that's fine. Alright, that should be good. Damn, missed. Okay, let's cook some. Okay, so when you cook with the campfire, you basically just, your only option is to just cook them, like, you know, get them hot. Cooking pot, you can actually go in and find different recipes. So like if I wanted to make bread, I would just need wheat flour. You know, if I wanted to make fried eggs, it'd just take eggs. You know what I mean? Like, you can make different dishes. Now, if I went over to the camping fire, it would just take cooked, it would take raw meat and just make it into cooked meat. I don't think you can do that in this though. Honestly, best bet early game, just cook up a bunch of eggs. Fried eggs. And then eventually when you can make an item called sandwiches, those are the best early game food, because it gives you 60 hunger per sandwich. And it only takes 1 egg and 1 bread. And bread just comes from wheat flour, which is very easy to make. So let's grab 5 of these. Now, since you take the effect of... oh, damn, that was really dumb. I should have cleared chickens. Like the eggs that had chickens on them, I should have cleared those. Like got rid of that enchantment, because those are bad. It'll lower my defense by a lot, but I'm not fighting anything, so I'm not too worried about it. So I can eat these and I'll gain 10 hunger back each. I gain 5 attack and max stamina, but it only lasts 30 seconds anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Just enough to get my hunger back out of the negative. That should be good for now. Okay, I'm gonna also... take away these, because I'm gonna go ahead and do my wheat stuff. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it right over the water. Nope, keep it. Let's put more. Okay. I always end up building my wheat farms the same way. There's probably better ways or different ways. I don't care. I just do them all the same way. Because you need a lot of wheat flour to make some other stuff. So you need a lot of wheat. So to make wheat, gotta build these things. So I go with 20 because I might actually do a little less than that. But what I basically do is I use the placement glitch to stack these things. Because a lot of new players, what they end up doing is they make the mistake of thinking they have to use a very large area. Like they'll just do 1 per square all over the place. Like, and it takes up so much space. What they don't realize is that you can actually stack wheat plots in a couple different ways. So you can use the placement glitch. So see how it's available for a sec. You can do that. Come on. You can stack them like this, just like how we do with like intersecting the floors and stuff. It's the exact same thing. It's just they stack on top of each other. You could also use the pull in place glitch. It's not even a glitch. It's actually just using your brain. Okay, so when you're placing a floor, you need a floor to place the wheat plots. Unless you have like land, you can place them on land, but they won't be straight. So you want to use floors. You could do this, but then you're gonna have a hard time pulling that floor. Like when I look, well, you could just pull it from out from under it. Oh, see, sometimes you grab the wrong thing. So jump, place, pull the stone floor. It'll stack like that too. You could do it that way. Just takes a little bit longer. You could also, sometimes you have trouble like actually getting the floor itself. Like if the wheat plot is blocking it too much. Come on. Like say you can't actually access the floor from here. What you can do instead, oh shit, pull the floor I was standing on. That's awesome. Aha, first supply pod, there we go. Okay, so it makes a ridiculously loud noise. And it says that it fell. So let me go ahead and place this down, and I'll show you what I'm talking about with supply pods. Okay, so that's the first one. They have a small chance every like 2 to 3 hours or so to like drop. It's like a 10% chance or something like that. But as soon as you hear it and see the notification, stop what you're doing. I don't care what you're doing. Go get it. Because it's really important. And the easy way to tell where it's at is to just go up high. So if you don't have campfires to do that little trick, just climb to the top up there and look around the island. It can be out on the water. It could be somewhere on the actual island itself. It could be a little like tucked away in a little corner that you can't really see it very well. But if it says it fell, it's definitely there. And in my case, it just happened to fall in the water. So it's a nice little supply pod. There's many different pieces to it. So see, it has this broken armor, broken piece, blah, blah, blah. Just open up all the pieces and you'll just get a bunch of random shit. So I'll go through each one right afterwards. So there's some food, there's some high-end gear, there's some steel, there's some other stuff, iron, random stuff. Okay, so you can get, you don't really get anything in the equipment section or building section. You mainly get just random food. So I got a bunch of steak, I got some shrimp, and I think that's it. These are actually decent right now because it'll give me a bunch of hunger, so that's good. It also gave me a bunch of this stuff down here. So see, it's like shape memory alloy, heavy steel, aluminium, and yes, I'm saying that correct. That's how it's actually spelled. It's not aluminum, it's aluminium. And like they put an extra U in there for some reason. Okay, and then electric circuits, fuel tanks, high capacity batteries. If you wanted to see what these are all for, you could just go to the detail screen. It'll show you what it makes. But basically all this stuff is used for stuff later in the game. So just kind of build a chest, chuck it all in there, and wait until you need it. Because it'll be a while. But for now, there won't be anything you can use it for. So you just kind of stow it. But getting those supply pods is really important. Because you'll definitely use that stuff for later. Okay, cool, the sheeps are back. That's why I initially moved my base back over the water. Come get some. So you need them for their sheep's wool, because the sheep wool is made into a few different things. So early game, you just need it for like the hatter and a couple of the different hats. But you can also then turn sheep's wool into some armor. Bunch of different furniture, and then there's also one of the machines that thought I could have seen. Oh, it's not unlocked yet. That's why it's not showing it. But I need it for the breeding machine. I'm pretty sure it uses either raw flesh or the sheep's wool. So might as well grab it while I'm here. Yeah, dual wielding is pretty good early game because you're basically just doubling your damage output because you're holding two swords and you attack much faster. It's quite fun. This is starting to bother me. Now this side I don't have to worry about as much. Just won't see it as much. That's fine. Okay, back to this. Let me grab all the other wheat plots. So now you can either do the placement glitch of looking from, you know, next to it and placing them on there. You can just do this thing where you place a floor above it and then just pull the floor. It doesn't work 100% of the time. But you just gotta make sure, yeah, see how when I start to retrieve it, it says stone floor. So that means I'm looking at that stone floor. That's good. Basically just pull it and it's good to go. But I just prefer to just do this direction, or this method. It takes a little bit less time to me, because it's stacked them 2 in a row. Now on Xbox, I have a floor item limit, so you don't want to stack more than, I'm trying to do the numbers, I think it's 4, so having 5 produces the same as 4 does. Because each one of these wheat plots, once you grow it, once I throw water on here, it'll start growing wheat. When I harvest it, each one of these plots will make 9 wheat every time. On Xbox, you can't have more than 32 of the same item on the ground. So if I did 3 plots, it would produce 27. If I did 4 plots, it should produce 36, but because of the ground item limit thing, it'll only ever make 32 per one of these stacks. So you never want to really stack it more than 4, because you're not going to gain any more product. So even if I stacked it like say 10 times, it'll still only produce 32 once I cut it. So for Xbox, you're limited kinda, but PC you don't have that limit. It's not as small, it's a lot bigger. It's like over 100 or something like that. So you can go stack as high as you want pretty much, but once you start stacking too high, it starts kind of fucking up. You know, I'm just gonna do 3. Because 3 is totally plenty. Because I'm going to do this on each one of these squares. So I'm going to do this stack here, here, and here. So I'm going to have 4 stacks of 3. All growing at the same time. And then I'll show you how I do other stuff. And the reason you want to stack them is just so it saves you space and time. So if I just place these all here instead, like all separated, you'd have to individually go punch this one, collect it, punch this one, collect it, punch this one, collect it. If they're stacked, you just punch it once and collect all 3 at once. So it saves you on time, energy, and efficiency. You really, really, really want to stack them. Because if you have a big ass area, it just takes much longer to get what you need. So stacking is just the way to go, at least for the wheat plots. Same thing for the crop plots. It's different than the wheat plots, but you're going to need those as well. Okay, so also I learned, don't make this mistake like me. The orientation of the wheat, when they grow, if you have, it's kind of like the stone floor. So you want them to face the same direction. They still have a golden compass thing, just the same as the other ones. Is when you're placing other things, you want them all facing the same direction. I accidentally made a Nazi symbol one time with these things, and it didn't look super great. Because they grow in rows, so like, you'll see once I start watering them. If I place them facing certain directions, it would make that symbol. It's not great. Especially if you're a streamer, you don't want that shit showing up on your streams. Okay, that's 3. So now, to get this last spot, I would have to, do the placement glitch from next to it. You just have to place another floor. So that way we have a spot to like look at. Oops. Damn it. Also be careful, sometimes you accidentally pull the floor, not the wheat field. Just makes it a little harder. Okay. Got it. 4 different stacks of 3 stacked wheat plots. This is usually what I end up doing. Now, what you need is buckets so you can fill with water, and then you can take that bucket of water and splash it on these things, and they'll start growing. So come over to your workbench. And pretty soon I won't have to do this by hand. I'm just showing you the small baby steps as you go. So you can make buckets by hand. So you can only craft 10, so it'll just craft all 10 once. So with the empty bucket, you have to go stand in water. You can't be swimming in it because then you won't be able to activate the buckets. See, I can't collect water right now. It's because I'm too deep. Gotta come over here to where you're standing. You can also be like right next to the water. You don't have to be directly in it. You just have to be close. And then you can just hold whatever the collect button is for PC or whatever you're on. And then you can just collect water as you go. And then if you didn't want to have to hand make buckets of water every single time, there's a few different things you can do instead. So you can use there's a skill that lets you create buckets of water. That costs a lot of mana. They cost mana and other stuff too. So I wouldn't suggest doing that one. But if you're curious, it's this skill right here. It's under magic. It's called water creation. Creates buckets of water from nothing. It's a 15-second cooldown, costs 3 mana, and it gives you 1 bucket on the first level. Each level you put into water creation will increase the amount of buckets that you get. So it's not, I mean, it's not bad if you first start off and you want to get a bunch of buckets that way. But it's just as easy to make them by hand. You could do that route, or I'm not sure if I have it unlocked yet. I do not. I think the next age I unlock a well. It'll automatically gather buckets of water for me, and then it holds up to 10. So that's a good way to get them as well. So then once you have your buckets of water, equip them. Now here's the trick to this part. To hit each square, you want to go to the very middle. Make sure you kind of like fall into the gap. Come on. See how my character's now like kind of in a gap in the middle? It's lower. That's good, because you want to hit the bottom. The ones that are stacked underneath, if you're standing on tops, if you have them too many stacked high and you throw the water, it won't hit the ones at the bottom. So you want to kind of fall into the gap that's in between, and then kind of stand away from it a little bit, and then look directly in the very middle. Don't be too far, but not too close. And then you can press your throw button, which is, for me, it's left trigger. It should hit each one of these. But yeah, see how these grow in like rows? Like say this one was turned 90 degrees and this one was turned 90 degrees, it would look just like a Nazi symbol. I didn't mean to do that on one of my playthroughs, but I did. And I didn't notice until like a lot of episodes in. It was not good. Okay, so then they will take about 2 minutes, I think was the timer on them, to grow fully. And once they're fully grown, you can either punch them to harvest, or you can use a couple different items to harvest. There's a stationary item called a Reaper, which I have not unlocked yet. I have not. There's also a thing called a rotating saw. It looks a little vicious, but it's literally meant to cut down like trees and crops. So, but once these are grown, I just come over here, punch these, gather them up, turn them into the wheat flour right here, and we're good to go. So I think the next thing I need is, yeah, wheat flour, detector, copper shield, and I've already got the money. So good to go. I'm pretty much already built everything in here, except for a few items. Okay, see that pyramid? It's only meant for decoration. Doesn't do anything. Not sure why they added it in the game. But the item one of the items you need is called the Pillar of World Heritage. Once I start going to other islands, you'll start seeing those. But they're only meant for decoration. I need to make some old rags, because it wants me to make armor. So I think I need to make 20. No, I need to make 1. Jesus. I'll make this. No, I won't make the bell yet. Okay, I need to make one of these for a mission. Take. Check these missions, see what else I need to do. Okay, it wants me to go to a different island, and then the last part of the mission, I have to unlock a level 5 island. So this is level 1. The beginner island's always a level 0 island. So level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first level 5 island I open will automatically be a hell island, which is what it wants me to go to. So if I go here, it says unlock an island of level 5 to visit the hell island. And it says it'll definitely be the hell island when you unlock a level 5 the first time. So it's basically just guaranteed. It's like, hey, this is what you gotta go do. So these missions that I keep going to, these are like the tutorial of the game, pretty much. They're very basic and very, it's like when you're in school and the teacher's like, yeah, these examples I'm giving you, this 1 + 1 example equals 2, that'll be on the test. And you get to the test and the test is like, what's 1a times 3b over c4? You know what I mean? They start throwing extra hard shit in here. The missions, all these missions are like the very basics of how to play the game. You just got to use your imagination and ingenuity to then take those lessons and figure out other parts of the game. So there's many different missions. You just got to remember the lessons you learn from them. So it's that's like why they make you do these missions. Okay, so now that they're all grown, you just come over. You can either stand on top, punch, and it drops all the stuff. So see how I got 27 wheat? Because each one of these crop plots drops 9 wheat. So times 3 is 27. You can also try to punch from the side. It doesn't work as well. Like, see, it doesn't really reach. It's because the center hit point, it's like there's like a little circle in the middle, like right here. That's the hit box. So if you stand a little too far out, it won't reach it. So if you stand towards the middle, it'll reach it. 27. Come on. Also, anytime you hit the plots, they're losing 10 health because you're doing damage to them. So see where it says hold X to retrieve and it says 490 over 500. You could potentially eventually break these. Sweet, leveled up. So there's an item called a repair hammer. I don't think I can make it yet, but it's made in this. Yeah, I can't make it yet. Eventually, when you unlock it, it's made in the blacksmith. Instead of punching the wheat fields, you just use the repair hammer. It counts as harvesting, so it'll still hit it, but it won't damage it. And then you just water. There you go. So now that I have some wheat, come over here, make all of them into wheat flour. It's going to take a while, so let's go ahead. Also, you know what? This is a good time to place the other cooking pots. I'm going to eventually move these, but for now this is fine. Let's do like 20-ish in each. And this is another part of one of the missions, so like you'd eventually, if you were following the missions along, you'd eventually get to this point. Okay, so let those cook up. Also, the mission for the green beret, the red beret, I should probably do as well. So leather. If you're not sure where to get something, you can do kind of like that reverse engineering thing, where if you click your details screen, you can then click on the leather, and then it'll show you where it's dropped from. So drop from the enemies of bears. Okay, it's bear, deer, and then where it says wagyu, the red shiny horns, it's a little misleading. It's basically just cows that are over level 90. That's where you get the leather from. That's when they turn into the wagyu or whatever. So every monster in the game, or almost all the monsters, they have different forms. So if you're a Dragon Ball Z fan, this reference will kind of help. So let me actually pick an animal that does change, because monos don't change based on their level. Birds don't change. Cows do though. Okay, so when cows are level 1 through 29, they're in their basic form. They're like Goku when he's just Goku. So it's just a regular cow. When it hits level 30 to level 59, it's like being Super Saiyan 1. They get their next form. They turn into like the Holstein cows, I think is what they're called. They change shape and color and name, but they're still technically a cow. It's just that they're in their second form because they're in a higher level category. So levels 30 through 59 would be their second form, and then levels 60 through 89, they're in their third form. So it's being like Super Saiyan 2. So a little bit higher health, a little bit stronger. They also change form again, and they become Jersey cows, I think. So they become like all brown. They change their shape. Their enchantments also change. So like if I kill a regular cow, he'll just drop cow's milk. If I kill a Jersey cow, you know, level ranges of 60 through 89, they'll drop Jersey enchantments. So they're different based on their level. And then the last form, levels 90 and above, the cows will become like red, shiny Wagyu cows. They'll be all black with like red horns. They look really cool. And they drop different enchantments as well. So like some stuff will change based on their level. So you got to kind of take that into thought. Deer, I think, stay deer no matter what level they are, whether they're 1 or 100 or whatever. So they will always drop the same thing. Same with bears, they don't change form or name. So some monsters never change, some change depending on their level. So I have weapons. What am I doing kicking? There we go. Much faster. Okay, so they drop leather, so I need to... Oh, also see how I can't pick this up because I have no room? This is where you're going to start having to like put things away or offer things to the book. So I know there's a spot to get like infinite sand, so I'm just going to offer all this sand for now. And then I can go get sand later. So highlight, multi-select, offer to item. Good. Now I have an extra spot. Pick up the deer horn. Not that I'm going to use it right now, but grab some more leather because I need a lot. Deer also, it's probably a little easier to get them with a bow and arrow just because they run from you. But also if you're strong enough, you can just kill them before they can get away. You can also use your rolling to catch up to them. But yeah, use whatever you can to kill things. I mainly just needed a little bit of leather. There's also a bear over here I could fight. And don't be too worried, you can dodge their attacks pretty quick. And they're only level 1s and 2s and 3s, so they're not going to like kill you really easily. Yeah, not too bad. Plus they die really fast. There we go. Okay, I'm also out of room, so let's go ahead and... Honestly, you probably shouldn't drop too many things in the very beginning because oh shoot, he came back very fast. Usually they don't spawn that quick. Oh, and he's level 4, so he's a little stronger. Don't worry too much, because like their level, like each level they go up, it doesn't like gain them a lot of health or anything, so it's not too bad. Alright, I can leave the rest of that crap there. I'm not going to use it. I mainly was looking for the leather. Jerk. Okay, so this will probably be where I make my first few chests, so I can start storing some stuff. Sweet, this should all be done. Cool, now I can start making some bread. It'll give me a lot more hunger back than like eggs and stuff. Also, I don't want to hit too many things all at once. And as soon as I can make one, I'm going to make a rotating... excuse me, I just voice cracked. A rotating saw. And then I can basically, what I can do is place it on top of the crops. And it will just automatically detect when they're grown. And it will just cut it for me. And I can start the beginnings of like automating getting wheat and stuff for myself. Because like this is the whole point of the game too as well. Is as you progress, you want to start thinking of ways to where you won't have to hand do stuff anymore. So like this, me coming over here and having to hand water, hand cut, hand cook everything. There's ways to set up stuff to where you don't have to do any of that. Because you can make an item called a sprinkler that will automatically water. You can place the rotating saws to automatically cut. You can have a chest with an item called an absorber attached to it. And it would like, I basically would place it like right here and it would absorb all the wheat coming in. And then I can have another item connect it to the cooking pot and then have the cooking pot automatically make this wheat flour for me. So there's different ways you can go about automating getting certain materials. You just got to you know, good imagination. And now that I have wheat flour, I can advance the age. I just want to make sure I'm not like forgetting anything important before I move on to the next part. Okay, so this cannon is just for movement. You basically jump into it and it shoots you in the direction it's facing. Just a cool way to travel around your base. But it doesn't really serve too much of a purpose outside of just novelty. Then storage. This is the first storage you can make. It's just a, excuse me, basic wooden chest. It has limited space. It's like 8 spots, I think. Then you unlock the steel chest, and then a big container. You basically just keep unlocking stuff as you go. But I'm going to make a couple of these first because I need a lot. I'm going to need a bunch of these before I upgrade. Okay, let's put one here. Also, I think the way that the arrow is facing, like this is now is the correct direction. So when I open the chest, see how it closes the correct... If it was facing the other way, it would open away from me. It looks kind of goofy. It doesn't affect anything other than just visually it's incorrect. So I always like to make sure that the chests are opening, you know, towards me like it's supposed to be. There we go. Alright, so the first chest I always do animal drops. So I sort everything. Leather, feathers, bones, horns. That's pretty much it. Next chest over, I always do all my ores, ingots. You know, I could put world drops in here too. Oh, that's an animal drop. World drop, world drop. Alright, cool. That's basically how I categorize. So I go like world drops, so like your logs, straw, stone, stuff like that. Then I do all your animal drops, like leather, fangs, all of that. Then I do ores and ingots, and then from there I do like boss drops and other chests. I try to keep my chests organized so I know exactly where to find things. Because if you don't keep organized, obviously you're gonna do this thing where like you'll have like 50 chests or something, and you'll have to check each individual one every time you're looking for something. But if you just keep it organized, of like having a chest be a category, it makes it much easier to find things. So like if I need like leather or bones or whatever, I know that those come from animals, so I just come to my animals chest. Leather, bones, horn. This is also combined with my world drops for now because I don't have too many chests, so I just that's just how I categorize things. But since I need more chests, I need logs. Oops. And stone. And copper, I think. Could be wrong. Stone, log, copper. Okay, I want to make 3 total. Excuse me. Because like you can see, there's only 8 slots total. It's not a lot. Alright, I did get a couple missions. So that one was just make a chest and put something in it. That's easy. And then I got some skill points. I have 1 combat. Just put 1 more. I only need 2 more points, and then I could start doing some tier 3 stuff. And then 16 points after that, I'll be able to do tier 4 and then tier 5. Okay, let's put some chests down. Just making sure it matches up. There's a pretty wide gap here on the edge of the... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, so this one can be... Probably should have put a chest over here for food. Oh well, that's whatever. Not a big deal for now. Fishies. Feces. This stuff. This. Okay, that's fine. Also, now I can start offering certain things to the picture book because won't need them. Iron, iron, iron. Because I have silver. I need to keep the seeds for red herbs. Apple seeds is fine. Carrot seeds is good because it's a level 7 seed. So eventually, if you needed, if you wanted to make a bunch of money, probably the fastest slash earliest thing to do would just be make a bunch of crop plots, not wheat plots, but crop ones. So you can start growing yourself some crops, and then you just start selling them. So I haven't unlocked it yet, but it's going to be right next to this. It'll say crop plot. It won't have the rows of wheat in it, and then that'll let me plant carrots and apples and stuff like that. And then those you can just straight up sell, or you can eat them or whatever. But yeah, the easy way to make money right off the bat. But since I'll just keep them all for now. Screw it. Offer. What else can I do? I think that was pretty much it, except for clay in this this age and cannons and this thing. But no big deal. Clay you can get from there's a certain dungeon called an abandoned mine. That's where you can get clay from a lot faster than you could if you just crafted it. Because if you look at the materials needed to make clay, you need sand, which is quite easy, but you also need a cup of water. And a cup of water is 30 buckets of water. It's a lot. So it takes like 4 or 5 minutes in the cooking pot. So like say I wanted to make a cup of water right now. If I had the 30, it would take like a long time to make 1 cup of water. So it's just better to find the abandoned mine and get clay that way. But if you absolutely needed to, you could still make it with water and sand. Okay, let me get this. Once again, water these things. Now, I don't think you need to... If it's only stack 3 high, you don't need to stand in the little crevice, but you can just still... Yeah, you can still hit everything. Now, once you start getting 4, 5, 6, or 7, you need to stand in the gap, because you won't be able to hit the bottom parts with the water bucket if you stand on top. Go ahead and make this. Okay, red beret. What do I need for that? Leather, iron, sheep. Okay, here's where I'm gonna start teaching you guys about enchantments as well. So see how this leather has deer on it and this has bear? So deers will give you 40 max life if it ends up on the red beret, and bears will give me 15 attack, 2 defense, and 5% attack speed. Now, to make the red beret, you need 3 leather. So you can either do 3 bears or 3 deers, or you can do a combination of both, like 2 deer and 1 bear, and you could potentially get both the enchantments on the hat. That's how that works. So then you also need sheep's wool and iron. And since I don't have any iron that has good enchantments yet, I'm not worried about it. And the only wool I have is sheep's wool. What I could potentially end up with is a hat that has sheep's, deer, and bear on it. So I could have all three on there. And the button I'm pressing to get to that screen is right underneath the rotating picture. It says press right, right trigger or right analog. This shows you the chances that these enchantments will end up on there, because it takes a few different things into effect. So it's a little bit of math involved. So the color of the enchantment determines its rarity. Hold on, somebody texted me. Oh god. Okay, never mind. So bears, because it is a slightly more common enchantment, it has a better chance. Even though I only have 1 leather instead of the 2 deer, I only have 1 bears, it has almost the same chance of being on there. But it also takes into effect how many times the enchantment appears in the materials. So because the total number of materials needed to make the red beret is 8, because it's 3 sheep wools, 3 leather, and 2 iron ingots, bear is only in there once, so it's got 42% chance. Deer is in there twice because it's on 2 of the leathers, has a 45% chance, even though it's a more rare enchantment because it's a dark blue, so it's more rare than the dark green. Like the whole chart, it's like white, then light green, light blue, dark blue, purple, and then yellow, I think is the order. So dark green is more common than dark blue. So you want to have the dark blue one appear more often. That's why I put 2 leather with deer on it and only 1 bears. Because if I went back into my over here and I took away one of the deers and I added one of the bear, so it's still 3 leather that I need for the red beret. So 2 bear and 1 deer, you'll see that it'll drastically change the chances that I'll have those enchantments. So now deers is way down to 32% and bears went up to 55%. So it's really more just which one do you actually want. If you want both, you can try to get both. If you want the bears, you can just have all bear in there and deers will go away. You could have mostly deer, so you can just kind of manipulate the numbers. Now if I don't want sheeps, because it's so if an item is only if it's only applied to consumables, I would have to, I think what I can do is whenever I'm eating something, this would then take effect. But it's not going to just constantly add 5 life to my health. If I didn't want sheeps to be on there, come over to your sheep wool, because the green sheeps is the actual enchantment. If you didn't want it on there, you could just wash it away. Then now it's just regular sheep wool, and when I go into the hat, it's gone. So now when I make this, there's just a 50% chance the bear is on there and 30% deer is on there, which is fine. And it ended up with just deer, so that's fine. It's not a big deal. Although I probably should try to make one with bear on there, because that would add to my attack, which is a good thing because I'm an attack user. So now that bear is on 3 pieces of leather, and then there's 3 sheep wool with nothing on it and 2 iron with nothing on it, that's why it's only bears is there. Say I found some iron that had an enchantment on it, and then I kept the sheeps on there, it could potentially have 3 different enchantments on here. But I'm mainly just looking for the bear because that's going to give me an attack buff. And it's on there. Sweet. So that's where, like, deer, if I equip this, my max life goes up to 190. But if I take it off, it goes back to 150. That's whatever. But if I look at my attack score right now, so right above where my level says level 8, my attack is 36. If I equip this, it should go up to 51. Or 56, because it also gives me 5 basic attack just for wearing the hat. Plus, then the bear enchantment kicks in and gives me 15 attack, 2 defense, and I now attack a little bit faster. And if you ever want to see what enchantments are taking place while you're holding your items, so let's go ahead and put this on, because see where it says Cyclops Tyrant? I got this out of a chest, so that's where it randomly got the enchantments. I'm gaining a little bit of health, mana regeneration, attack, and physical crit damage. So if I want to see my overall stats, click that button, and it'll show you on the left side all your equipment that you're holding and the effects taking place, and then the right will just show you the breakdown of everything happening. So I'm actually gaining 25.1 attack, 2 defense, 0.1 magic attack, 15 max life. I'm losing 5 max mana, probably from, oh, because it's because I'm a demon. Because when I was creating my character, I chose demon. It lowers my magic, my max mana. I forgot about that. But then I'm gaining all those other things based on my equipment and the enchantments that are on my equipment. So that's how that all starts to take effect. So eventually when you start making really good gear with good enchantments on it, you'll very easily become very strong. I just gotta check my work schedule really quick for something. Ew, why did she Snapchat me? Oof. Stupid work stuff. Okay, alright, I'm back. Alright, so now that I have the red beret that I wanted, the bear's red beret, I can get rid of this one. Now, what I could do is I could potentially make one that has both the enchantments on there. That would be beneficial, but I'm almost at, I think I'm out of deer, or I'm out of, it's fine. But yeah, you could potentially do that if you wanted. Put that back for now. Let's check my missions. Yep, so that one was just craft the rag, craft a hatter, craft a red beret. Pretty easy, straightforward. Now I need to craft a copper bow, make some arrows, and that's it? Okay. So I already did the other parts. Make the arrows. Copper bow. I think that's in the workbench. Nope. Blacksmith. Play this game forever and I still don't know where stuff is at. Okay, yeah, it's in here. There we go. And because I finished the weapon category, it gave me some experience and some old rags, so that's why I went over. So let's spend the skill point. So every point I spend in dual wield just makes my dual wielding stronger. And then same with battle hymn, it just makes that stronger. So I'll just might as well max this out. And one more skill point and I'll be able to start doing these ones down here. Okay. Missions. Oh yeah, I haven't even equipped my detector yet. So this thing helps you find a few different things. There's, if you look in the bottom right above where it says like my hunger and stuff, it says there's nothing around this area. So it helps you find chests, like this one I already found. Fishing areas, not this type, but there's another type of fishing area that's not on this island. It's called schools of fish. It's a little further out, but it helps you find those. But see how it says there's a chest in this area? And you can hear that annoying, that sound. The faster it's beeping. Oh, I guess it only works for dungeons, so the beeping. The closer you get to a dungeon, the faster. See, it's doing 2 beeps now. It just means you're getting closer to stuff. But it's very annoying. So yeah, it just basically helps you find treasure chests, the dungeons, and the schools of fish. And there's a couple other things. But see how it says dungeon detected nearby? You just gotta go in. Alright, so there's a few things. I'm gonna unequip that thing because it's gonna keep beeping the whole time we're in here. Equip your silver, or whatever axe you have. Every time you come into this island dungeon, there's different types of dungeons. This one specifically, this shape, the one with the tree on top, and it has like the skull face looking thing. It's called a Dungeon of Island. It's a very specific dungeon. Every time you come in here, there'll be a hidden wall behind the portal. You'll always face the wrong way, turn around, and there'll be a breakable wall. You can always find one in the beginning and the end of this type of dungeon. So the next time you see this portal thing, there will be a breakable wall behind it at the very end of the dungeon. There's also a bunch of other breakable things in here, but it's all just salt, cooking oil, pepper. It's just for food. I don't really ever use that stuff, so I just gotta skip all of it. You can also get chests in here. Same thing with those barrels, you can break them for stuff, but not too important. See where it says Holstein? That's from a cow that's like level, I think that's the 30 through 59 level one. So it changes its name and its form, like what it looks like, but it changes also what the enchantments are. But I happen to get this out of a chest, so that's why I just randomly got Holstein. This one's got Ice, this one's got Cyclops Tyrant. So my 2 swords should probably be this one and this one. And then I can get rid of these 2, because these ones have good attack enchants, at least to start, and these ones don't have any, so don't need those. Any little bit of added on attack power is good. So you remember how you have the 3 different, well, it's really 4 different move sets you can go through. So you have this, you have the 5 swings from this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, let me just show. Obviously you can get interrupted. So you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then immediately start doing the chains, and like it'll just smoothly go through the different attacks. So you can do like all your different moves very fast. Also, these goblins don't drop very good stuff, so I usually end up not picking them up. So always check out what the enchantments are, just in case. So Goblin Kids is 2 different types of enchantments. So Goblins is just attack +5, and then Kids is stamina regen and movement speed. It's not very much, so it's not that important. So if you want to see what these things can make, Fangs, if you press the details button, so Windows button for Xbox, you can make them into some weapons, some accessories, some clothing, and some weapons. So just kind of different stuff you can make from them. But since the enchantments aren't very good, see how they're light blue? Goblins and Kids are both light blue. That is I think that's the most common form of enchantment, so they're not very good. I mean, very early game, yeah, obviously if you made something, it's better than nothing, but it very quickly gets outclassed. See, I got a random water. Sometimes you just get random stuff out of the chests. Oh, also now would be a good time to start using my buffs. So that's the battle hymn. It'll last for 5 minutes, and then I can do these weapon polishing to make my next one attack do better. So this is more for when you're starting to use skills and stuff, instead of just doing that. Because see how the weapon polishing went away immediately? Also part of dual wielding, every consecutive attack you do that lands up until I think it's 7 or 8. If I go back to my skills, oh, maybe it's not. I think it is. Okay, so it's just every time you consecutively hit a monster, you'll just gain a little more attack. So if you look to where my active skill like pictures are in the bottom left of the screen, you'll see the battle hymn is the left one, and then the right, it looks like 2 swords crossed. That's just your dual wielding power. Sweet. So one of my missions was just gathering the red herbs, which I can then turn into health potions. I was able to gather 3. Or multiple, or however many I needed. Okay. So not this portal, I'm sorry, there's another portal. After I beat the boss and there's another room. Behind that portal is where you're going to get your other chest. But before you go in, you want to make sure your buffs are ready and or activated. So let's go ahead and do these. 5. Your health is up. Your food's good to go. And yeah, pretty much. You just want to make sure you're set before you go fight bosses. Okay, so this guy is an ancient golem. He's only level 12, so he's in his first form, so he's not very strong. That stupid move, he'll just get behind a pillar. I like to jump on top, just so I can jump down. Okay, you want to land on his chest area, because his weak spot is that blue orb. So if you hit the blue orb in this chest, you'll do more damage. And obviously you don't want to get hit by these. Use the pillars. Now his attacks are all swinging attacks, so once you get into the middle, you can just swing away. Now if I'm hitting his legs, see I'm doing 3 or 4 or 5, 6 damage, that's nothing. If I go up to his chest, I'm hitting the hundreds. 50s and hundreds. So that's why the weak spots are really important. Okay, so just cleared the mission of killing the boss inside the dungeon. So let's get that. Rewards another skill point. Okay, so I have a skill point to spend. Let's go battle him. So now because it's level 2, anytime I cast it, I'm gaining 50% bonus attack. So if my bonus attack before it's activated right now, so I can't really tell. 50%. So it's my basic attack is probably about 120. So anytime I activate the skill now, it's gaining 60 attack. It's a lot. Okay, he also dropped some iron and silver that have 2 enchantments on each. So the 2 different enchantments are ancient and veteran. So it's 2 separate. And then the ancient is the magic attack. Oh man, I have hiccups. The ancient is the magic attack one, and then veteran is the attack one. So it does 2 different things. So it's good to get on your armor pretty early. He also dropped... What a sword he drops. Oh yeah. He also drops these swords that already have the enchantments on it. But one of the missions that this game wants you to do, it's its way of teaching you how to get the enchantments on your weapons and eventually your armor, is right here. Novice Enchanter. So you get the iron ore that he drops, the Ancient Veteran, and it wants you to take that iron and go to the furnace and make ancient iron ingots by smelting it. And then he wants you to take those ingots and turn it into a sword. So it's kind of teaching you how to take your basic materials that have enchantments on them. So like this iron ore with the Ancient Veteran, turn it into iron ingots that have the ancient on there, and then turn it into a weapon. So it's just sort of showing you like the path you would want to take to taking boss drops and turning them into better weapons and armor with effects that are good. Okay, so once you beat a dungeon, whether it's a fight or if it's a minigame, you can always come in this room and open that force field. It gives you the Slates of Growth. These are what you give to the Anubis for stat points. And then just open all the chests so it shuts up. And then you can just go one by one and see what you get. Once again, these are all going to be random items, whether it's a weapon, material, or whatever, with random enchantments. Sometimes they have good enchantments, sometimes they have bad, sometimes they don't have any. So you just got to get lucky. Sword, weapon. Okay, see those coins, those dusty copper coins? There's a bunch of different coins in the game. They're called coins. Like there's dusty copper coins, there's silver coins, gold coins, whatever. If you read the description, it says a dusty copper coin from ancient times. There seems to be no other ways to use it except for exchanging for cash. So anytime you pick up things that are like this, the coin things, it says valuable item is its technical, like, you know how a sword is a one-handed sword? This coin is a value item, so it's only meant to be sold. So you just take those and shove them into markets. As far as everything else I picked up, I got one of these things, an herb, which I can find in the ground. You mainly are going to get like weapons and stuff, like crappy weapons. So I got like wood sticks, because the chests will give you things based on the island level we're on. And since we're on an island level 0, even these red gold chests, which are technically the best chests in the game, they will give me very good stuff. This thing actually gave me a sword. It's a two-handed sword though, so I can't even hold it. See? But it's actually not bad. So like this weapon is quite strong. It's for early game, it's a level 3 sword, or a star level 3 sword. If you look at its stats, right next to where it says two-handed weapon, it gives you a 160 attack and 160 magic attack just by holding it. And then on top of that, it has the enchantment White Bears. It's from a white bear, from the Cold Mountains. It'll give you 12 attack, 2 defense, and 5% attack speed. Or movement speed. So it's kind of like the regular bear enchantment. It just gives you movement speed instead of attack speed. But this wouldn't be too bad. If you want to go the two-handed route, this would be a pretty good first sword to use, because I got lucky and got it out of the chest. I also was able to pick up a wooden axe, but this is pretty crappy compared to my silver one. And that's it. Oh, also this sword, it's a one-handed sword, but if you look, see where it says shamans? That's a magic attack enchantment, but it lowers your attack by a good amount. So since it's on a sword, that shaman's enchantment is not good. So instead of keeping the enchantment, wash away the enchantment. So now I can just use this as a regular sword. It's better than my sticks, and it has a skill attached to it. See right underneath where the description, the picture in the description box, it has a little yellow like banner. It says // level 5. So if you go to skills and under combat, it's row 1. // and by holding that weapon, it'll give me 5 levels of this, so it automatically is already at its second to last level, so it'll do a lot of damage. But to use that extra skill, because it's an activated skill, you have to have it both equipped and on your hotbar. And then when you go highlight that sword, and I'm using it, so it's on me, when you click it, it'll do the skill on the sword. So that's how I have that. So now my attack, here, let me go ahead and unequip everything. So without holding either of my weapons, Steam. Where the heck is the... Oh, here it is. Okay. So without holding any weapons, my attack is at 59. By just equipping this one sword, I'm now at 189. It's a lot. It's a big boost. And then adding another sword on top of it, 229. So just by equipping a couple weapons, I have made my attack like quintuple times 5. Almost. Times 4, basically. So quadrupled. So that's the difference between having good enchantments and no enchantments, is that sometimes the enchantments will... So like say, okay, so instead of having this one, my attack is at 229. If I go to a stick that has, let's say nothing, wash away. So from this to this, I'm, oops, sorry. So just by changing the enchantments, I'm losing 10 attack. So that's why the enchantments are so good. They're better than just having a decent sword. You want to have really good enchantments on top of it. Okay, so like I said, pickaxe is back wall. Another legendary chest. Sometimes you get some good stuff. Aha, so an iron ring with blossoming. So an iron ring without the blossoming effect will just give you 2 defense just by holding it. But blossoming will take effect, so I'm going to gain 10% life. And my life restore rate with my skills is going to be 20% better. So if I go to my skill for healing, if you read it, it says life heal is 45. Don't go by the blue. The blue means what's... I only have 1 level, so it's the blue just means when you click next level, that's what you're going to get. So go by the white level. So because I'm gaining 45 health, when I wear that ring that has blossoming, blossoming increases it by 20%. So you take 45 times 20%. Just some quick math is 9. So instead of 45, I'm going to gain 54 health. So that's where you get that life restore rate is kind of helpful. And as you can see, when I equip the ring, my defense now is 20. Now it's at 22. So you gain the basics of wearing the accessory and whatever the enchantments are, you also gain. Boss is texting me. Today's Wednesday. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna wear that ring until I can find better ones, because that blossoming, it's not like the best enchantment, but it's pretty decent. It gives me a little bit of extra life. But yeah, so that's kind of how you start off, is you basically just equip whatever you can until you can start making things that are better. But that's how you fight, that's how you clear dungeons. There's some that require a fight of a boss, some don't. The way to tell what type of dungeon it is, when you go to your map, see how this one's yellow? It's hard to see because it's got the check mark because I completed it, but it's yellow. This one over here is blue. This means it's a mini game. Blue does not indicates that it's not a boss fight. Yellow indicates there's a boss somewhere in the dungeon. So that's how you can kind of tell right off the rip. Like if you, once you've uncovered it on the map, you can just go and look at it on the map and be like, oh, okay, that one's going to be a boss fight and this one's not, and blah, 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 blah. So for this one, you can also tell by the shape and the color of it. So this one will always be a mini game dungeon. It'll be some sort of trial. This one that looks like a face, got like the 2 eyes. It'll always be this type of dungeon. Will always be some sort of trial. When you come in, there will not be a breakable wall though, however, fortunately. It's only for a dungeon of island. This girl right here, Fan, you just gotta talk to her a few times. You just gotta like click talk like 10 times or something, and then once the game is like, oh, you've read through that, it'll open up these doors. Now this one is in a speed trial, so I have to get basically to the finish line before time runs out. So she needs to hurry up. There we go. So see how the timer's at the top? So you don't want to be slow. There's hoverboards in this game, so I just hop on this bitch, hit these dash pads. You could also, you don't need the hoverboard, you can just do this on your own. The hoverboards are very hard to control, so I end up just doing this anyways. Plus it gives you a long time to finish this, and around this corner is about where the end is anyways. But the harder speed trials, you're gonna need to end up using the hoverboards, or figure out a way to get to the end without running out of time. There we go. You just make it through and you're done. Alright. Also I'm running out of room for stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and start just getting rid of some of this crap I don't really need. Mostly just like weapons and things that I'm not gonna use. So see how this copper bow has the enchantment More Scorching on it? That's gonna be better than a regular copper bow because it's gonna add attack. I do lose defense just by holding it, but whatever. I don't plan on getting hit anyways. There we go. Just give yourself a little bit more space. Also, I picked up an item called a scratch document. So if I come down here, so here we go. So copper coin, silver coin, they're all just meant to be sold. So this document, if you read the actual condition or the description, it says blah 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 blah. There seems to be no other way to use it except for delivering it. So there's certain characters in the game called NPCs. They'll be named NPCs, like they'll have a very specific name, like the researcher Faust, the warrior Torkel, the fisher senpai, stuff like that. They'll ask for specific items, and certain ones of those guys will ask for like these documents. They'll ask for this thing right here. It's called the fossil. So different NPCs will ask for different things. So I just grab them as I go, because eventually when I start doing the NPC quests, I'll grab those and give them to them. But that's down the line. So I just grab them for now, shove them in a box until you need them. But once you have 4 of these slates of growth, that's when you'd go up and talk to Anubis. Now, once you've cleared the dungeon the first time, you don't get another slate of growth for completing it again. So this is where you would have to go to other islands and do the dungeons on the other islands. So for most islands, the beginner island only always ever has 2 dungeons. Most other islands have at least 4. They'll have at least 4, no more than 5. Okay. Grab this. Now, you want to see why I do this 1 square at a time? Instead of going like, instead of harvesting, like instead of punch, and then harvest, is because if I harvested this, see how they're all on the ground, and then I harvested this, most of these will disappear. Because of the item limit placed on Xboxes and all the consoles, PlayStation as well. You have a 32 item limit, so that's why you have to punch, collect everything, and then come over here and punch and collect, because it'll literally delete other items on the ground to replace them with the new ones. So that's why you make sure you got to collect everything before you can get the next round of stuff. And that really ruins your efficiency if you do it the wrong way. Okay. Shoot, I didn't realize this stream was almost 4 hours long. Crap. I was planning on making these like episodes, I guess, for beginner tips shorter, just so I could like break up the info, I guess, a little better, but turned out I didn't really remember how long this was going. So screw it, I don't care. Whatever, I'll just make them longer again. Okay, put this marker up, but I am getting very hungry, and my voice is starting to really get ragged, so I hate being sick. I mean, I like it because I don't have to work, but it sucks. I'm gonna go ahead and sell these coins, these ones, and if you saw, like, in the description box, it shows you how much an item's worth. That's how much it sells for. It's not like other games where, you know how like in The Witcher or something, where an item's like, oh, it's worth 100 coins, but the guys will only buy it for like 10. But if you want to buy it from them, it's like 1,000. It's like, then what the hell is the point of having the worth on it if it's not how much it's actually worth? So these ones will actually sell for 1,000 gold. So if you look in the description under the market, it'll show you total sales amount. So these ones sell for 5,000. So now I'm going to get the actual full amount. So I'm going to gain 11,000 just for selling these coins. It's really nice. Yeah, that should be good. But yeah, I think that's a good spot to call it. You know, gets. I think that was most of the stuff you can do in the first 2 ages. So I can't even look back. Yeah, because the first stage is just pretty basic stuff. Like, couldn't even use forges. It was like the very easy stuff to make, like stone stuff. The next stage, you kind of open it up a little bit. You know, start making some things, some forges, and you know, I'm gonna make a push table now because I need to for a mission. You know, some very basic crafting benches, things like that. Let's go and put this guy over here somewhere. Potion table, very basic in the beginning. Once you start opening more ages, you'll start opening up more potions to make, but for now you can only make a health potion or a stamina potion. And another hint, stamina potions are the best potion in the game. Seriously, because they're the item that lets you, when you take a potion, a stamina potion, you don't lose stamina for 10 seconds, like at all, no matter what you're doing. So you can do that sprinting dodge roll, and you can get across the map very fast by doing that. And then as well as, there's the other potions you can make eventually, but that one's pretty good to start with. But yeah, that was basically all the things you can do. I'll show you the cannon as well, just so you can see. It's a little large, but when you jump into it, it's like the Donkey Kong cannons. Shoots you out. So you could potentially make a chain of those to, like, if you wanted to quickly travel up there instead of using just like floors and stuff. Oh hey, I got another part of my mission. I saved up 10,000 gold. So see where this thing like shot me up in the air? If I took a floor, hold on, and placed it like here, and then put another cannon here, and then face it up, and then did the same way leading up there, I could potentially chain myself so I wouldn't have to physically climb up to Anubis. You could just chain yourself, so like have another cannon right there, and then have it shoot me up, you know, closer and then closer and closer, so you wouldn't have to technically like build. So it's a cool little way to get around your base if you wanted to do that. But I don't really use it, so I'm just gonna put it away. And I think I'm just gonna call it there because I'm hungry and my voice is killing me. So, alrighty, guys. Thank you very much to anybody stopping by. Sorry about how shitty I'm sounding, but hopefully I'll be better soon. I do have the next couple of days off, so I'll probably be doing this a little bit more. I may end up doing another stream for my other character because I have been neglecting him for almost a week now. I feel kind of bad. I hit like 30 streams, and I just stopped playing with him. So let me grab this wheat really quick, and I think we'll call it there. But yeah, so the next round I'll probably do some more building tips because I'll have unlocked. I'll probably just do the, you know, I'll unlock the next stage right now. Fuck it. Because I did do everything I wanted. So that's usually what I try. Like when I first played this game, that's what I did. Is as I unlocked the ages, I literally used everything I could, like every piece of material and machine and whatever things I unlocked, just so I could be, you know, I got myself acquainted with everything. And then I really started doing like a deep dive of like what I could do, like on YouTube and shit. Okay, so I have the wheat flour, the detector, the copper shield, and the money. So let's progress. All right. Once again, oh, it takes a second to load. Check your workbench. So I unlocked the next couple categories of axes and stuff. So the next so it goes silver, then steel. I forgot about that. Steel is just made from iron ingots, so that's pretty easy. And then it jumps to titanium, so not bad. I also unlocked the monster prisms. I just call these Pokeballs because they function the exact same way. You can capture monsters and then use them for certain things. So like
one of the missions I have to go capture a cow. So you would punch them or hurt them until they're in the purple health. So I could use yellow health. If I threw a Pokeball at her right now, yellow health is only 50% catch rate, and then purple is a 90% catch rate. So you want to make sure you get them into their purple health. And if you're doing too much damage, unequip some of your stuff that's giving you an attack boost. So see how now he's in purple? If I had a Pokeball, I could have caught it. But that's how you catch monsters, just like Pokemon rules. And then they're useful for later on. So you're definitely going to want to make those. I also unlocked the machine factory, so I could start making things like hoverboard, the helicopter, stuff like that. Very, very useful. Repair station, just haven't made anything yet. I also unlocked some important things like the livestock machine, the breeding facility, farming plot, the wells, improvement plants, like all this stuff is very, very useful. And I will definitely get to that soon. This age will take me a little longer to get through because there's so many things you can do with it, like crafting batteries, a mining drill so you can get resources made, easier, the rotating saw, the reaping machine, sprinklers, stuff like that. A lot more things to go through. And that's just in the workbench, not even including everything I can make now. Extra swords, more shields, more accessories, more armor. Hatter is more headpieces I can make. The potion table is going to have more things. Yeah, way more stuff I can now make. Shit like that. I can also start opening islands now. I think I have... Oh, I ran out of logs. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to start grabbing more shit. Also, the cooking pot. Open up more dishes now, so you can make more food. I still don't have sandwiches. Should be next to bread, that's fine. But yeah, so like as you advance the age, you unlock way more stuff you can do. Oh, also, in the furnace, you can now start getting steel, titanium, and glass, which is useful. It's made from sand. So yeah, as you advance, you unlock more shit. But now is a good time for me to stop. But yeah, thank you very much, guys, to anybody who stopped by. And I think this will be a good screenshot, so I can put a thumbnail in this video if I end up uploading it to my YouTube. Sweet. Alrighty. Appreciate you guys and have a good one.